Like a Hellcat.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the semi-final action, and after having such a good session of Shaun Murphy against John Higgins, that one finished 8 frames each. Let's see if Yize can try, or Mark Allen of course, can try and complete the impossible for both of them, as Mark Allen straight away after the break-off shot is about to go all in on this one, and he's going to go for a really good long range. Now, this is the start that we want to see from the pistol, because he's going to have to try and really win big. Otherwise, he's going to risk of losing out on 3 consecutive semi-finals. And now it is going to be very much down to Mark Allen to try and get himself on the board. Very quick start to this match, but as you would expect, you know, it was always never going to be a little bit slow start there, as incredibly the only stat that Mark Allen has got himself ahead of is of course seeing the highest break of 91 to 78 points. Of course, Yize had a couple of times to try and make a century, but in the end he wasn't quite able to succeed with that. But now Allen is trying to play that cue ball through a shot on the black, and well, he's not really going to be able to do that, unfortunately. Not sure if it was down in the previous shot where the damage was done, but now he's certainly putting himself to be under a little bit more pressure. And yeah, Yize for now is dominating the poll 100%. I mean, that's a little bit of a demolition job there to Mark Allen, but at the same time, you know, he's the one that has got 9 points on the board, so we'll have to wait and see, and that will be the case. 90.2 subs, impressive. Now, thank you very much to every one of you. You know, it's been a journey of pretty much 12 months. Well, a little bit more than that, but ultimately for the snooker, it has been the entire season ever since that match of Karen Wilson against Ronnie O'Sullivan for the quarterfinal stage. That certainly was a great start to a really good season as well. In the end, it will only be 9 points there for Yize to try and climb his way back from, because Mark Allen is unable to, you know, get himself through that break and score any more points than that. So after taking that good long range into the left corner, doesn't seem like he was able to absorb all the potential from it, but he's still going to have plenty of other opportunities to try and very much get closer towards Yize here as well. Now, he still finds himself to be in a good position of trying to play those type of shots away. as Yize gives the turn away back to Mark Cullen after trying to get that cue ball closer towards the green pocket as well. Of course, had a bit of everything. As I say, haven't had a century break yet from Yize or Mark Cullen, but ultimately had a maximal chance that nearly turned into a steal for Mark Cullen after missing the black of the spot there. As soon as someone in the audience was shown that was about to get a potential, step closer towards the big prize from the sponsorship scheme they have. And Mark Cullen, once again, he's going for absolutely everything. And for now, he seems to be working out pretty well for him in terms of the reds, not in terms of the colours though. And he's still going to be very close towards the brown. So it's difficult to say if he can get through towards the green, because you feel like taking the brown like that, he's going to have very little value in it because of how close the cue ball and the brown are going to be. And well, the green, of course, is going to be, easier shot for you to take, but he's still going to be hampered by the black, by the brown, so it won't be too easy for him to try and get this one on the board. But anyway, trying to take this one now into the green pocket, play this shot with loads of right-hand spin, I would say. And meanwhile, he got the green in. How's the spin? It's not too bad. It depends on which red was he playing for, because he's got a red to be pretty much underneath the entire pack that he's got available. And if he's got the reds right next to the paint spot that goes into the corner, then he's going to be sweetly lined up to try and continue the break, but that's not the case. Once again, nothing easy there for now for Allen. He's going to have to try and go for the red into the right corner here. So very much concentrating and focused. For now, it seems to be working out pretty well for him to try and get another red in. So it's going to be very interesting to see if Allen is actually able to get those points scoring on the board there, which hasn't actually been the problem for him yesterday. But, the problem was inability to get over the finish line and inability to try and punish the mistakes from Yize as well, because we had a couple of frames where it looked like Allen was going to be the one to set the early pace to it. And once again, the good old, movement of the cue there is back. So he's clearly unhappy with something, but whether it was down to the cushion run, the cloth, anything else, can't really be down to the cushion run because of, him not using the cushion on the previous shot. But now he's got a very thin cut to be taken into the corner. And once again, a very much pinpoint accuracy. Still 21 points as the advantage, 12 points on the break. And trying to extend his lead even further to try and get a couple of frames on the board here before you could really start to say that the early finish with a session to spare is going to be absolutely out of the picture. For now, I wouldn't say it's out of the picture, and I would say there is going to be a real concern about Mark Cullen from here. And now, once again, it feels like he's just getting a bit of a bad run here in relation to all the reds that, it seemed like from the TV that he was playing for. Seemed like it's not really going to be lined up on them, although this one it will go through to the left corner. And the biggest problem about that shot is, of course, has to be the very much situation with the colour. And, well, the cue ball had other plans about it. Forget about the position on the collar. That was down to a bit of a bad kiss of the other red. And in the end, the cue ball is going to follow that red into the corner pocket. So in the end, it's only going to be a break of 17 points out there for Mark Cullen, unable to do anything more. And now it will be down to a ball in hand and Yize to come back to the table here. It's got a decent chance to try and go for a red into the right corner, but at the same time, it will probably come down to, a shot which is difficult for you to play so well that you're not going to leave a chance away to your opponent should you miss the red. But now, seems to be very much zoned in. And how's the line? It's perfect. It's absolutely perfect from Yize. Once again, took the power away from that shot. And now, we've been seeing plenty of praise for him. Let's see if the praise is only going to get even better for him now, because he's now very much back to the table. 21 points to try and gain. Tournament, long pot success 63%. Great consistency there, because we have seen sessions where players have been having the likes of 20 or 25%. These guys managed to keep a really good long pot percentage out there. And, well, certainly had plenty of success with those shots against the like of Hussein, Mark Selby, and then, of course, Lee Fan in the first round as well. So then the impossible, but Allen to win okay. Well, I would say it's pretty much impossible at this stage, because if he loses this frame, you are genuinely going to have to worry about a potential finish with a session to spare, because 7-2 of a lead, yes, it's been overturned, You know, CJW against Luca Brazil, I'm pretty sure we all remember that. But I feel like, even though it is technically China against the mainland Europe, well, it's not really mainland Europe, but you know what I mean, against Europe, but I mean, he will be a very different character here of Yize. Yes, he's capable of just disappearing for 10 frames, but he does that very rarely. And you know, of the likes of Zhao Jington, Chang Minyu, CJW, and there's one more that I forgot. Well, not really Ding Zhuo. I don't actually understand what was I going to bring into play. But anyway, you know, those Chinese players can go on to a huge run without winning a frame there. Yize doesn't actually come across as one of them, even though he had a bit of a bad run in very specific matches there. But it does seem like, you know, he spreads out those frames that he loses pretty much evenly across the match as he plays another great yellow there, manages to minimize the angle and get that cue as far and away from the side cushion as close to the jaw of the pocket as possible, and now leaves him with a really nice shot to take into the right corner as well, and gets that gap down to be only 5 points here. And now very much a great lineup to try and well, take this one away from Mark Allen and straight away land a big blow to the man from Northern Ireland, and certainly make sure that he will come down to a bit of business there for him to do later on in the match. Because now, once again, a great shot is needed, and Yize has got this one in, easy on the red, into the right corner, because if the answer is yes, then there's nothing that is going to stop this man here, because that was a brilliant shot after an easy black that he's taken. And look at that, the referee hasn't respotted the black, and you already feel like Yize could have taken that shot 2 or 3 seconds ago. Great pace, great to watch, and this match is certainly not going to be dragged on for too long as well. Especially on a session basis, you know, you can't have any more than 8 frames for the schedule, so it probably would come across as a very much, you know, a decent run there for Yize to try and take that one away, as he's now about to go for another couple of red and color sequences. So just having a very careful look at the reds into the right corner. Oh, it seemed like he's overrun a little bit there after taking the pink, and he's missed that red. Well, where's the cue ball going to finish? He will finish on the side cushion, but can he get through to this red? Well, that's going to be very interesting to be seen there. Can Allen get through to this red? I mean, he just a little bit overcut that one, and he will be disappointed because that was a good chance, especially when he managed to get into those reds. Well, now, it will come down to a good opportunity here to try and take those reds away, but can he get through to it? Well, the answer is no, he can't. So he's going to have to try and just roll up to that red and make sure he will come down to a battle for the next red out there. So the break of 32 points, it's not really going to make it for Yize. And for now, Allen is just going to try and play a very careful shot there. And in the end, Yize is going to storm back towards the table to try and play his own safety shot. Probably just having a look at the scoreboard. I mean, if he's able to score 24 points, to be fair, he would still need the last red. So it's not really going to be plenty of points for him to try and put one of those reds safe. It's close in relation to 34 points, but at the same time, it's never going to take him over the finish line, apart from, of course, if there's going to be a foul shot from Allen, which so far we haven't really seen a realistic glimpse of. So the Mark Allen's just having a look to see what's going to happen here for the red to be taken into the left corner. Feels like if he plays that shot really well, then he's going to get himself a line of taking that red towards the left corner. Play that shot with a little bit of topspin as well, just to make sure he avoids the cannon on the pink. Nearly potted both of the cue ball on the red, but in the end, didn't pot any of the two of them. And the cue ball is still going to run somehow a very safe beyond the bulk line. So there's not going to be any smiles from Mark Allen for now. It's going to be very much down to the serious mode, and still very much looking forward to try and get a couple of those frames out of Yize's lead. And for now, he's going to get a chance, it would seem, unless the blue comes to the rescue of Yize. And it seemed like, well, I'm not sure if he's done that. Ooh, he just about has. And once again, he's not going to be able to swerve around this one. So Allen just seems like he's not getting the start that he wants. You know, first of all, of course, the red that Yize missed, he didn't leave away, despite it being over the pocket. And now, of course, played that safety shot with a very clear intention to try and put the black safe. And he hasn't managed to do that, sacrificed the position on the cue ball. And now he's going to be very fortunate, as I say, in the fact that Allen can get through to the red in a straight line. Because I'm not saying that, you know, it's a shot that wins him the frame, but it could well have been if he manages to pot that one. And as I say, very important for Allen to make sure he doesn't give any foul points away. And, well, it's a big bounce for the cue ball. I'll tell you what, he didn't want that bounce to happen. And now it's a chance for Yize to try and go for the Reds into the left corner. Can he see enough of that pocket? He can. Well, this is not a question whether he'll go for it. It's a question of whether he'll make this one in. And usually, those questions get answered very, very quickly. Mustn't forget about the position on the collar. But if he plays it into the zone, he's going to have 4 colors available to him. And a little bit too close to the front jaw, a little bit too close to the front jaw, and the cue ball will be running safe. But is he going to run safe enough there? Because once again, it's a line which could get him safe towards the blue, but that was close. I mean, it's only just about flicked on the front jaw, but because of the pace injection and also because of how tight the angle was, oh, this red is available. Well, it's pretty much exactly the same of what could have happened a couple of shots ago, where Alan had a chance like that. This time it's going to be even better. He's played this one well. He's going to get that cue ball to keep on running. Just needs it to go on the top side of a blue. Doesn't want to be straight. Doesn't want to be straight here. And he's going to be straight. So what do you do here? You have to take the pink. You can take the brown, but that's not really going to solve your solution, make your solution either. You have to take the pink. It's not easy, but you have to take it and you have to make this one in. And then you get yourself a chance to try and take 3 more reds. Brilliant pink. Now is the position going to be there? He certainly will. So now this does turn out to be a very, very interesting finale to this frame. Because now you get yourself through to a line of taking the red into the left corner. Yes, he has to play those reds with a pink. Or has he decided to try and do it for the black, which is absolutely weird to me. I mean, that's horrible. That's horrible, and I've got no clue why he's played that. I mean, he's probably quite fortunate he's got a chance to try and go for the green, but he created a problem out of nothing there for himself. Didn't have to do that. All he had to do was to play for the blue in worst case scenario. Now he's about to take a difficult green away, which he can put away, but he hasn't. That's a shocker. That's an absolute shocker there from Alan. That is snooker IQ gone out of the picture there. Why on earth would you try and play for the black? He doesn't need the black for the total clearance. He doesn't have to do anything with the black there. He's got the brown to pot. Well, Yize, usually, I'm only saying usually, but he doesn't usually forgive you for a mistake like that. Although he does now. It's a bit of a paradise of errors. And after an unexpected mistake from Mark Cullen, that probably was just about as bad there from Yize as well. It's all happening. Even though that red was close to the black ball cushion. And once again, just same old mistake there. Playing that shot with power. He's never going to stick well with that. And this seemed like the first frame has delivered more drama than the 8 frames of John Higgins against Shaun Murphy. This is real pace. This is real strategy. But also, this is real drama to see on who's going to come out on top in already what feels like a massive frame of snooker. It's only frame number 1 of the second session. But 6-3 and 7-2, and especially that mental thing in your head, is going to be absolutely massive. But surely Yize can be he's going to be able to get away with this one. You know, if he loses the frame, because he's still going to have 6-3 points, 6-3 frames of a lead. But can Alan survive the upset? Well, he certainly can't survive the blue, because he's going to catch that one fully in the face, and he's done pretty well to cover up those reds. Well, for them to be left not in the open play there, basically, so that they can't be potted there. Even with such an attacking player as Yize certainly will be called. But now this red has to be taken very carefully towards, well, that's not carefully. I don't know how he hit that one so thick, but he needs that cue ball to run, and he hasn't run far enough. Once again, the safety play of Yize seemed like it was really, really solid, and then at some stage, it just dropped up on a couple of levels. Once again, this is a test of queuing for Alan. If he makes the red, he's going to be the favourite for the frame once again. He needs this one to go in. He needs everything to go in. And this one will stay out of the pocket. Let's see where the red is going to finish. It's going to bounce towards the cue ball. Is he going to be far enough? Is he going to be close enough to the pocket? Well, it's certainly going to be close enough for Yize to try and target this red away into the green pocket. And for now, just trying to go for this red and making sure that you will edge one step closer towards it. And once again, that front jaw is the worst enemy of Yize for now. You know, it was probably the worst enemy of Mark Cullen on the previous shot, but, you know, it just seemed like nothing that is left is going to be easy, and there is going to be plenty of pressure on those mistakes 2-all first session will suit Wu just fine. Alan 3-1 will be game on. Yeah, I agree with that. But I also feel like Yize can go for the kill, especially if Alan's not going to be playing well, which he's not right now. He could go for the kill and try and do all the damage here and make sure he doesn't have to try and delay it till the third session, because if he manages to do the same thing, I mean, it sounds like a lot, but for now, Alan, well, Yize to an extent as well, but Alan hasn't shown anything to me that he will be a real threat to try and overcome the advantage. And, you know, anything apart from 11-5, you know, is probably not going for the kill there from Yize. But if he goes 10-6 up, which is basically, you know, 2-all, you know, the first and second mini session, which is what you said, I mean, that will be down to possible, but super difficult for Mark Allen to try and overturn that gap. And right now, Yize is just trying to get himself out of a more awkward situation here. I wouldn't call that a snooker. Let's see where he's going to try and put that red. Onto the black block cushion is the answer, and he's played that shot well. Control that pace of the red, and now he's going to leave the turn back towards Mark Allen again. So then Allen is going to have a little study of what the situation with the colours is going to be for him, and probably take that cue ball carefully onto the left side. Make sure he's got that the reds to run towards the right side here. And once again, big bounce on the white. And needed to go in behind the yellow here. Has he got the action that he was looking for? The answer is not really. I mean, he was trying to get that very clearly behind the yellow, but now it's still very much a straight line shot there, with the entire table length to be covering the two shots here. And once again, it's a horrible shot from Yize, and this one surely he's going to be punished for. But not really when it comes to the answer. I mean, such a thick shot there that he's played. You know, had to play that a lot thin on the edge. But still, I mean, pretty fortunate to leave a position like that away to Allen. I mean, this red is not a gimme at all to be taken into the corner. I'm not sure if it's going to be a worthy thing for you to try and cut this one into the middle and just try and get that cue ball to be behind the blue. Now, then needs to play well. And once again, it comes down to shots like that where you need to make it, and he will make this one in. So, now the last of those reds, which ironically, he was the one that put it so safe, is going to be absolutely perfectly in the middle of the black block cushion. Well, if there was a tester of a shot for you, then you get one now. The black is going to make the pocket. Is the cue ball going to run? No, it's not. I'm not sure if he was playing for that, to be fair. He may have just gone defensive mode. And he's going to try and put himself 6 points ahead and make sure that he will be down to a snooker for Yize to try and get himself out of. So well, for now, just wants that cue ball. Well, what's he done here? That's not a snooker, and if anything, that's a tempting shot there for Yize to try and take the red away into the green pocket. I mean, some questionable shots to say the least from Mark Allen. I mean, how do you misjudge the angle of the red to travel all the way towards the green pocket? And now, can Yize take this one? He's had some bad misses before. Is he going to make this one in? No, he won't. Now, let's see where the red is going to finish once again. Is he going to leave a chance for Allen? He will. He will. The cue ball will just about reach that red, past the blue to me. So once again, now 6 points of a lead for Mark Allen here. And it's a red ball battle. You've got the green to be out of position, but it won't matter massively because it's still very much in a playable condition as well. This is similar to the shot that he's played beforehand. Can he make this one in? Is the real question. Taken ages, and in the end he's missed it. Has he going to fluke it? Whoa, he was super close to it. And has he left a red to be over the left corner? He's going to be fuming. He's got only himself to blame. Playing safe when he had a chance to try and take that red away. Well, that was super close, to be fair. I mean, if he flukes that one in, it's game on. 6-3 with great momentum. Right now, it's still very much down to Yize to try and make this thing right. Has he got the red? Wow, what on earth is this? What on earth is this? How is he smiling about that mistake? I mean, that's a shocker from Yize. I mean, that is absolutely horrible. I wonder why he's smiling about that one, because I would be genuinely fuming with myself. He's just thrown away a 7-2 of a lead. He's missed the red. He's missed the red completely. He had a thin cut into the corner. How much did he miss him by? I mean, yes, by a fraction, but why did he take that one so thin? And why is he smiling about that one? I get that it's a defensive reaction, but that's cost him the frame. I mean, whatever you say about Alan, that's going to cost him the frame there. That's absolutely unacceptable there. That's really, really weird. Alan, surely he's not going to have another twist here. Well, the cue ball needs to slow down for him. He needs to slow down now. And is he going to get the traction? Well, he won't really. I'll tell you what. Alan has to be. Alan should have advantage with safety play. I mean, what on earth? I mean, I cannot believe what Yize has done there. But Alan hasn't played too good of a shot here. He needs to try and steady the ship with it, trying to go for the green. It's a thin cut though. He needs to make this one in as well. And has he got it? Yes, he has. So recovered well, to be fair. And, well, it's going to be a massive frame already. Very bad miss by Wood. That was horrible. And he's going to cost him the frame. 3 shots away from that being the case. 16 points of a lead right now. So the green and brown will take him down to 23 points of a lead. And then he'll come down to only 18 at the table. So already a massive frame for Mark Allen to win. But how on earth Yize hasn't managed to get that red away? And even before that, with so many opportunities to come his way, now he will be very much game on here for Mark Allen, because such a massive frame with so many mistakes. It's always nice for you to win it, especially if it's going to be the first frame of the session. Now, he'll be very much down to 23 points of a lead, as I say, so just trying to get the blue in as well. Let's see if he's going to be able to do that, and then the pink is not going to matter one bit as well. So then, a break of 18 points at the end is going to be enough there for Mark Allen to take it over the finish line, and that will certainly come down to just the factor of Yize having to play a little bit better when it comes to his snooker, and so many chances that he had to try and take it down to a very comfortable lead of 7 frames to 2. In the end, he's going to be punished for his numerous mistakes, and a break of 18 points is enough for Mark Allen to take it over the finish line. And now he'll be very much down to Yize 6, Mark Allen 3. Will win 17-12? Well, it's possible, but as I say, I mean, he's probably just left the chance of trying to close this one away without needing 4th session. But ultimately, I mean, how bad of a mistake, accumulative, is that going to be at the end point? Because he's still, technically, of course, the favourite to win the World Championship, but only because of Shaun Murphy's match against John Higgins being so close. And, yeah, he will come down to a very interesting situation here, because he still puts himself in a position to try and see Yize have 6 frames to be won, Mark Allen 3, and now 10 frame turns to be an absolute must win for Yize right now. In a way, it's okay for Wood to have errors early, as it will help him to concentrate more, hopefully. I'll be honest with you, I don't really see him like that. You know, I would probably say someone like down to maybe Ronnie, but still not really capable. Maybe Selby, someone like of the older players, you know. To me, players from China, when they don't start well, they don't play well. Chang Min-yu, do you need a reminder about that match against Chris Wakelin, against Luca Brissell in the qualifiers? Yize, when he doesn't start well, he always starts well. That's the thing about him. But when he doesn't start well, it could easily turn into a loss for him. You know, it's. I just want to make sure that that frame is not going to be very much. Well, I've lost the entire session now, and he's going to be something like 6-2 or 7-1. Alan will win eventually. Well, disagree with that for now, but we'll have to wait and see. And yeah, I mean, Xington is very similar with that as well. Si Jiawei is so similar with that as well. I mean, one frame, one mistake just gets in their head so easily, and it's very difficult for him to try and overturn that. As I say, you don't really see that with Yize, because tell me the last match that he's lost. I mean, you're not really going to be able to do that because he wasn't in the Tour. Was he in the Tour Championship? He wasn't, was he? Was he in the Tour Championship? That's the question. Yeah, he was. Who did he lose to, by the way? Who did Yize lose to in the... Oh, yeah, Wakelin, didn't he? Well, that was a bad match. Well, yes, exactly. Exactly the point that I was making. He lost to Wakelin despite having a 6-2 lead. He lost 8 frames on the bounce. He just, well, I mean, and then he goes for a shot like that. I mean, brilliant. And I'm very happy to be wrong on that one, but that could not have been the worst timing for me, and it could not have been a better timing for him, because he's just gone for a long range, absolutely hammered that one into the corner, and he's still going to be perfectly lined up for the blue. Well, I'll tell you what, that's one way to shut me down, but if it's going to be Yize to shut me down, I'm here for it. A brilliant shot there on the long red, and hopefully, as I say, you'll be right, and it's not going to be very much down as a negative for him. He'll be down to try and concentrate a little bit more. But keep an eye on the early start of this break, because I still feel like there's going to be a mistake in the making. It's going to go for the brown. The brown is safely in, and it's a really nice shot once again there, trying to make that cue ball to run off the bulk and off the right side cushion as well. Puts himself to be on the top side of those reds to be taken now, and can he try and make it back towards the black ball cushion and black ball spot as well? Would on much patient, then Mark would have the advantage. Well, not really, because I would say if it's not going to be down to patience, then if you ask him to be down to patience, then it clearly is a sign that he's not playing well. Don't think Yize will lose 5 frames in a row now. Last year was still a green horn. Yeah, but this was this year. I mean, as I say, he's only done that 3 weeks ago to Wakeland. And I get that Mark Allen's not Chris Wakeland, that he doesn't really come across as a player that can go on a run and can shut you down there, but he certainly is one of those players that can make it difficult for you to try and play snooker that you want. So as I say, this break for me is very important for Yize, because if he wins this frame, sweet, forget about everything that I said. But if he doesn't, and he's going to have an easy mistake on the black or the reds, this is where you're going to... Once again, I don't like him looking for that plant, because I want him to do quite well in this break. And, you know, the plan seems to be, once again, is the one that he was taking against Allen yesterday. And that didn't really go to plan. Let's see if he's learned the lesson. For now, he's going to play for the reds into the left middle here. Make sure he's going to have 19 points of a break. And to try and extend that to something like 25 points. To which he's going to be able to... difficult to respond for him as well. So playing this shot with topspin on the cue ball, try and get that red to be comfortably into the left middle, and just having a look at the situation with those reds to be taken into the right side as well, and just having a very nice look towards them. If Wood doesn't learn from his mistakes, then he doesn't deserve to win. That's true, but you probably have to say the same about, once again, every single Chinese players, because apart from, you know, Yang Mingtao, which, you know, is not on the tour for very good reasons, and... you know, it's very much going to be all the Chinese players that try to play aggressive, and they don't really take an extra second out there to try and think about those shots. Because if you feel like, you know, name me a Chinese player that does try to take his time. Watchalong, yes, but he's not quite in the same bracket, I would say, as Yize, Zhao Xington, Si Zhouyi, Ding Zhuyi, and you know, maybe even Li Beifan, because he hasn't won anything. He was close against this guy, by the way, against Mark Allen in the English Open, but didn't manage to get that one in, and now he's going to find himself to be, well, very much in a bit of a tough spot here, trying to go for the black into the corner, but ultimately a very important couple of shots coming up there for Yize, because he's going to try take this one into the corner, and then he's going to have a decent opportunity to try and play this shot into the left-hand side of it as well. Now 35 points is the lead, so let's see the way that he's got that red to be cannon towards the left corner. So play it. Ooh, is he going to try and play it into the reds? He has tried to play it into the reds. And I'll tell you what, the outcome is not bad at all. It's only one red that he got himself to be in the open play. Please make a mistake. That's silly at this point. He's not going to hear you, first of all, breaking news. And then, you know, of course, second of all, why do you ask him to make a mistake? You have to just wait for it. You know, you just kind of have to try and respect the opponent. And for now... seems like he's got a very keen couple of shots coming up. Once again off the black, it's slightly out of position. And he's going to have one more red to be taken for a gap of something like 51 points. You know, he's not going to be able to make it 50 exactly because of how awkward the pink position is going to be. But still looking to try and make the most out of the position that he's got ahead of himself now. Trying to go for the red into the left corner, making sure that cue was going to get a nice bounce off the left side cushion. And now a very important shot coming up. The most important one of the breaks as well. Don't forget he's young. He would have a lot to learn in his career. It's amazing to complete in the semis of the World Championship. Maybe in the final two. Now then, a shot which will get him a step closer. It's a good black. Is he on the red? No, he's not. It's a bad shot. It's a good shot on the black, but let's have a look on the replay. Seems to... Nah, I mean, it's difficult to say. But to me, probably... Oh, it's once again... How do you judge this shot? Because to me, it's hit the wrong side of a red. So what can you do about it? Because he hit the black straight into the pocket. You can't risk missing the black there just because you want to hit a very specific part of the red. The spin didn't really work because the cue ball sort of got lost in between those reds. So in the end, it will be down to just try and probably put the black safe, get that cue ball to be joining it. On the black, by the way, put the black really, really safe. Great shot there from Yize. He could not have placed that one any better, and the cue ball is not going to be bad either. So a break of 51 points, the first break of 50 plus in this, what's it called, in the first frame. And now it's over to Mark Allen here to try and lead the challenge and very much try and make sure he will come down to his opportunity to try and take this one away from Yize and make it as comfortable for himself as he possibly can. For now, he's going to be the underdog for a while, but ultimately, it probably is going to come down to what can you actually achieve here during each and every single one of those positions, because if you can't achieve a lot, it'll be difficult for you to try and do anything else with it as well. So then, just having a look at the situation with those reds. Seems like he's about to play the first one pretty nicely. And well, once again, it's not easy, but what he could try and do is get that cue ball to keep on running towards the yellow spot there, sort of in between the yellow spot in the yellow pocket. I mean, he needs to try and take that cue ball in a really thin line, but, well, I'm surprised with that. He's just put a red save, basically. I mean, it hasn't quite put that one safe, but still, it's not really helping his case there. Who is very popular among snooker fans, and you can tell me why, because he plays the game in a really nice way, and sometimes, yes, he can frustrate you if you're going to be very much down to his fan as the only player that you support on the tour. But when you, as a neutral, to be watching him play, it's absolutely brilliant because you know for a fact the match is not going to be delayed because of him. And there's very few matches that, you know, don't finish quickly with this guy at the table. My opinion, Wu had improved tremendous, putting certainly much sharper. Safety fairly okay, will do him good to take a few more seconds before pulling trigger. Yeah, but I felt like that will take a little bit out of his good game away, because, you know, these numerous interviews and the reasons why every single player from China does it, to me, is because they realize if they're going to stop doing it, it's going to damage their game, and they start to overthink things. I feel like you can't really have two bites of a cherry there. You need to stick to one side. You can try and improve your game, but only if it works for you. Because if you tell you what, if you're going to try and play, you know, the Selby, the Higgins way of trying to take like 30 seconds in between shots, it's going to break the rhythm. You're going to overthink it. You're going to think, well, I know what to do. How do I spend 28 more seconds here? And by thinking that, he's certainly going to spend, well, it's a decent attempt for a long raid. He doesn't make the target there. And is he going to leave a chance away? He will. So once again, that probably was acceptable mistake because he wasn't too far away. He wasn't playing that shot recklessly, and he knew there was going to be a chance for him to leave a red out. But the position is far from being straightforward. And even the first shot, by the way, I mean, I'm saying he's got a red into the corner, and so what? What can he do off this red? A very important factor of Yize trying to put that black safe. And now, it will be a chance here to try and take this red away with a cross double. You know, he had to refuse the shot, which is very frustrating for you when you've got a clear line of taking that red away and you just realise that there's no way for you to play for the colour. So you just have to turn that option down and play that one safe. So Mark Allen gives the turn back to the player from China. Still 4 nations, by the way. Remember, Scotland, England, China and Northern Ireland to be very much in the semi-finals. It could have been, of course, Iran if Yize was the one to lose to Hossein Wafai, but for now, still finds himself in a very, well, reasonable position. I'm not going to say comfortable. Comfortable probably not the way to describe it. But for now, he still finds himself in a position where he will take a lot of effort there from Allen to try and come back and win this frame again. Because now Yize just, that was a bit of a clear brush of the red that he's given to the main pack, but manages to put the cue ball to be safe. And now puts another couple of reds to be sort of safe as well. Yes, not good to break natural rhythms, but I noticed the shots he missed are a bit hasty to pull trigger. Yeah, true. And this is what I mean. Like, there is going to be a point of trying to go somewhere in between where you sort of realise, well, I'm not really going to take half a minute on it. I may as well just take 15 instead of 10 seconds on it or something like that. But once again, it will depend on how suitable to your style of play it is actually going to be. And recently, we have been training with Ronnie O'Sullivan for quite some time. I believe we improved from practicing with Ronnie, the Rocket. I feel like you can always get a little bit of tips. I'm pretty sure that would have been a little bit difficult for him to try and grasp that because he doesn't speak English too well. And if you're going to talk about those minute details, you know, it's quite difficult for Ronnie to try and describe it. But may have, you know, just corrected him on a couple of mistakes. And yeah, I'm pretty sure he was doing that after his defeat in the UK Championship in the first round. So yeah, it will come down to a decent opportunity here for Yize. Once again, is he going to go for a red into the corner? No, he won't. Clearly learning his lesson and just trying to play safe for a while. Putting the red that he's targeted very much towards the top hand side of the table. No doubt will win. Wu versus Higgins final. Yeah, it's going to be very much the rematch, of course, if that is to be the case, for Nanjing in the International Championship. But for now, it felt like it probably will come down to a decent opportunity first to arrive for, you know, Markel or Yize. As you can see, last pot time, 6.5 minutes. A couple of mistakes that already since then have been made by Yize. Well, Alan, is he thinking about going for a double into the left middle? This is going to get us out of a stalemate. And he needs to try and take those risks because for now, he's clearly, you know, got past the point of just trying to force Yize into a mistake. Well, he's going for it to me. And, well, he was going for another shot. He only just about missed it. Puts the black to be a little bit closer towards the middle point of the table, but ultimately a little bit further away from the blackboard cushion, which I'm not actually too sure is going to be a favour there for Mark Cullen. But still, you know, Yize only needs a couple of those reds and then he's going to be over the finish line. For now, it still feels like he's going to be quite a few shots back from that being the case. So then, how does it look to see? And what can he do with the red to be taken into the left part of the table? I mean, once again, it's difficult to say Rocket is the best, always help new players. That's true. And he said, remember, Ronnie O'Sullivan said, given 3 years, he will be the world champion. He said that in the World Grand Prix. So he didn't say that when he reached the quarterfinals and beat Selby. He said that at the World Grand Prix when, especially that period where Yize wasn't playing well at all. And now look at what happens. You know, 2 or 3 months later, he finds himself very much in a position of some sort of control in frame number 10 of a semi-final that he's currently very much in charge of here against a player that has been here before, but just seems like unable to find some real, you know, groundbreaking rhythm there for himself. So just trying to take that cue ball into the safe place. That hasn't worked out. Let's see where he's left the red, and he's left it over the left corner pocket. So once again, the brown is going to be slightly in the way. So it's a bit of a problem there for Ireland. But ultimately, it's a bit of a problem for Yize as well. It's not quite as the same red as the one that he missed in the previous frame, but this one, of course, is a better cut for him. At the same time, it's a little bit awkward to try and bridge over the brown. So, does he go for this one and throw all the caution out of the wind? Or does he try and play this one safe? The problem is, had the cue ball been a little bit closer towards the bulk line, he could go for a shot into the middle. Now, it's going to be very much down to he wants to try and, you know, make advantage here for himself. But what is it going to be that he's trying to do here? He's going for the red next to the pink. Surely he's not trying to cue this one into the corner. And, well, is that a good shot? Brilliantly taken there from Yize. Now, is he going to be on the collar? The pink is going to come running to his rescue. And he may actually park into the left corner as well. Brilliant strike there from Wu. And now puts himself in a position of trying to go for the yellow, green, brown. Not really available. So yellow, green or pink are the 3 colours that he can go for. Ideally, you want to go for the pink because that gets you near a red, which you want to get out of the pocket there as soon as you can. So whatever you do, make sure if you are going to overcut or undercut this one, make sure you overcut it, because if you overcut the pink, it's going to probably stay over the pocket and, you know, block that red from going in. It's a bit of a weird shot that he's played. He needs that cube to pull up now. Otherwise, he won't be lined up for the red to be taken into the corner. Alan, he's looking to see if that is going to be the case, but it seemed like he's judged that one well. So going for the red, which is going to get him one step closer once again towards the finish line. Another great pot there because of how much bounce he managed to get on the cue ball. Now going to be straight lines up for the green and 59 points of a lead there. Mark has the talent to get back into this. Yeah, but once again, have we really seen that from Alan in the previous matches? You know, to be fair, he was a couple of frames back from Hawkins and Wilson. Well, one from Wilson, and he was a couple of frames back from Geranda. I feel like this is a different ground for him. I feel like, honestly, this is going to be a huge challenge, especially if Yize plays well, which for now doesn't seem like it's actually happening. He's managed to miss the brown into the green pocket, and that was the shot basically for the frame because of how important it would have been to try and get on the next red, eliminate 8 more points, get himself 5 more points on the board, and now 59 points of a lead. 75 at the table. Is there going to be a way for Mark Cullen to try and get back into this one? Now he's played the reds into the corner of the middle pocket. Is he going to be on the black? Well, he needs that cue ball to be bouncing from the cushion, and he's going to finish perfectly on the cushion here. So, if anything, he seemed like he will come back to a problem here. He did it previous matches, holding himself well with the pressure shot there. Thrived beside the thing. Well, he didn't really hold himself too well with the brown. Spoke to assume it's relatively easy brown. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, now we'll come down to a shot on the black here, and he needs to try and put this one safe. He can't be risking of putting the black here from Alan, which means he would have lost 7 potential points for him to try and score. And, well, he's trying to roll that cue ball in behind the brown, which I'm not sure has actually worked out too well for him, because he would be very keen to try and get a couple of those points back there to him. Mark will out, and Will can't win. Well, listen, he certainly can win in this frame because I look at the position. If anything, even if it was brilliant position at here, you know, and Alan was in there with a great chance, I mean, how are you going to get on all of these reds to be played with relatively expensive colours, with the black to be even lower than his usual position? I mean, that's going to be anything but easy there for Alan to try and make his way to. And for now, just trying to give a little nudge towards the red, make sure he's going to have the cover point of the pink and the black. Has he done that well? He needs the cue ball to slow down, and he has just about got it in the end. So, certainly has got the right-hand side there, Yize, to try and take those reds away. But at the end stage, what can he do here in relation to the red to be taken towards the yellow pocket? Probably the answer is going to have to be trying to pot it, but not at this stage. And he's played a smart shot there. He realised the position of the colours and the position of the reds in relation to each other, and he's basically said, well, I'm going to put the cue ball into the open play, which usually is an absolute, illegal shot for you to be doing there as a professional player because you'll get exposed straight away. But now, because he realised that every single one of those reds, apart from the one that he's playing for, is going to be covered up, so he may as well try and put one of them safe, which is once again great demonstration of his IQ, because that certainly doesn't... that's not going to help Mark Cullen, surely, because of how few points he's got to lose. Impossible for him to pretty much win this frame in a single visit to the table because of how few points that he can actually lose here. 58 points is the difference, and 67 at the table. So he needs to try and make sure he puts 5 of those reds whilst not losing more than 8 points, which no blue. Black to be very much away from the main danger. Yes, he managed to bring the paint to be an open play, but look at the way the 3 reds are going to be positioned at the top and side of the table. It'll be so difficult for you to try and play for the paint, let alone the black, to try and make sure you're not going to lose too many points in them, of course. And it doesn't end there, because you're going to have the brown and the blue to be out of position. And Yize for now just trying to add to that count of reds another one, and make sure now it's going to be 4 reds at the top side of the table for Mark Cullen to try and get himself out of. Now they're playing a shot of the red into the green pocket, and just having a very little look to see on how can he try and treat that red away, because if he plays that one into the green pocket, he'll probably come down to a shot onto the right side cushion there, but it's not an easy one for you to perform. But is he going to try and go for it here? Surely he's just going to try and take it off the left-hand side and play that cue ball to be behind the brown. I mean, I was going to say, that would have been a very risky cut to be taking on. And, of course, that doesn't help Mark Cullen once again, because he's got now a bunch of 3 reds, which, unless you play absolutely brilliant of a positional shot, you've got a ball in hands, which you're allowed to take outside of the, the D line, then you'll certainly be one way of trying to get onto those colours. It's a weird shot there from Yize, though. And that's going to be the starting point As I say, that's a weird shot one because it's a very free giveaway. And I feel like he's not quite there yet. If he had 2 more points there, I'd probably say he can allow himself to be playing those type of shots, but not when he's got exactly 58 points clear. He's left room there for the shot to be taken into the middle. Has he overcaught this one though? And he's just about going to drop the red in. So this is the one which he'll take with the black. Cat and mouse now. Yeah, but that was a bad shot from Yize. And let's see how far can Alan get with his break. Because at least he's got one of those reds to be eliminated. And he's about to take it with the black. Which, I mean, he can't be risking a shot like that, to be fair. He got a decent line to try and get close to those reds. But once again, this is where those points are going to have to start to be mounting on him. 50 points behind, 59 on the table. How many points can he lose? Because if you take it down, you have to take it down for the pink or black. And there's no blue, there's no brown. So if you don't take it down, you're going to have to try and play for the yellow here or the green, which automatically is going to be down to 5 or 4 points for you to lose. So he needs to play the shot with power. And is he going to get that cue ball to be powered through the shot? It's not really. So that's going to be the end of a break pretty much no matter what happens. Even if he takes the black away, he's not going to be able to get anywhere near those reds. And of course, he can't be if he takes the black away. He must take the black away. Otherwise, that will be mission impossible at that stage. Because you'll basically have to put every single one of those 3 reds with the black. Apart from allowing himself to lose 1 point on the pink. Otherwise, it will be a respot and another point. And he will need snookers as well. So it's still firm position of control. And as I say, this is where he needed 2 more points. And then Yize could have been allowed to be playing the previous shot. Because he was always going to come down to this. As soon as he had that beehive of 4 reds next to each other, that was always going to be pretty much impossible for you to try and consistently play for those shots on the pink and black. I tell you what, the fact that he's not even looking at potentially potting the black here is bizarre to me. Because if he plays the shot and tries to, I don't know, get the brown into the open play, get the blue into the open play, that's a risky shot, that is. And that will put it down to pretty much impossible work for him to be doing. Well, I'm very surprised with that. He put the blue safe. He put the blue out of the safe place. And now, well, he's committed that he's going to have to take those 3 reds. And very much with twice with the black and once with a pink. Well, that's a suicide mission to me. You have to attempt the black. And he had to attempt the black to me. Right now, Yize has got all the cards in the world. And all he has to do is to try and put as much distance in between the cue ball and those reds. Leave them in a straight line or an awkward shot there where you technically cannot get on the black. I mean, I'm really, really surprised that Alan, got himself into that problem of a case. But yeah, for me, it feels like it's a thing which is pretty much impossible for Yize to lose. But we'll have to wait and see. Usually, as soon as you say those things, this is where, Yize will lose by 0.5 millimeter of a point. So, yeah, cat and mouse game should continue right now. But even with the blue, I mean, the position on the brown and the position on the blue is not really going to be perfect for a total clearance. We will need one of the 2 reds remaining. No, you will need only one of them to be taken. And it could be here. It could be right here, right now. Where's the red and the cue ball going to finish? Well, that was quite fortunate there from Alan. Let's see if he's left the red available to the green pocket. This is where Yize needs to realise he needs to take a step backwards. This is no longer safe. He needs to try and treat this one as a real, very serious frame there. He needs to just try and get this red, which is going to be so close to, away to the left side, or just, I don't know, away into the top side of the table here. And that's exactly what he's done. So it's a smart shot there. Put one of those reds safe. Yes, it's potentially one of those reds that you can get on the black from, but once again, don't overthink it too much. And you still will leave Mark Allen with having, 2 more reds at the top end of the table. Of course, technically, it will be very much down to a shot on Mark Allen here, because he has managed to benefit from that red excursion on the previous effort to a certain extent, because he's got the red to be very much at the lower side of the table, which is where he needs them. He needs all 3 of them to be very much close to the black, so that if he gets a chance, which is still a big if, then he will come down to very much his, break building skills to try and score 50 or 51 points. Of course, 49, you could say he could take as well, but at that stage, probably is going to be a little bit too risky for you. And this is what he played. I mean, he knows what he's doing there, Alan. So Yize needs to make sure he doesn't take the bait. and he understands who's happening here as well. For now, who's at the table? Well, Mark Allen was at the table right now, and he switches back to Yize here once again. So just having a look at this one, but yeah, I mean, it was a good shot by Allen, to be fair, because he managed to realise the situation pretty well. And now, if Yize can get through to this red, you know, we're not confident to roll the red at top cushion. Yeah, he doesn't need to be doing that. What do you mean a top cushion? He could not have played that one away. I mean, that was... Nah, you can't play that shot away into the left corner because he was too close to it. That was an impossible shot for you to take on. Unless you mean trying to just put it on the blackboard cushion there, then that's fine. But at the same time, he's going to have another short selection here to play. He put the green out of position. And I tell you what, it's not a bad shot that he's played. Yes, now you've got 3 reds at the bottom half of the table, which is dreamland for Allen. But at the same time, he's managed to get blue, green and brown all to be out of position here, which is still going to make sense for the very much the ending for the frame here. So Allen has got 2 options. He can try and throw all the caution out of the wind. He's got those 3 reds at the bottom half of the table. Go for them right now. Or, of course, alternative reality is by trying to take that red away from the left side, put it over to the right part of the table, and make it very much down to a chance for him to, you know, take this frame away in a single visit to the table there. Although it does seem like this frame has gone for a little while. An hour since the match has restarted, and it's only been in a frame and a half. Yeah, man, showing great patience for now. Yeah, but once again, like, he was showing great patience when he had those reds to be pretty safe. I mean, I don't really understand what Allen's taking so long, by the way. I mean, if he's taking so long, he's not going to be taking this red along the side cushion, which, I mean, would have been a very risky shot anyway. But what's he trying to do here, then? Is he trying to play a safety very thin on this red, try and push it into the green? Is that what he's trying to do? Yeah, it basically was like that. And he pushed the cue ball to be into the green. Now, he's pushed the green to be in a more playable condition. But to be fair, it's pretty fortunate that he's managed to put all 3 of those reds to be out of reach there for Yize, because now the player from China would have had a really good chance to try and finally get this frame ball over and done with and get himself through towards the finish line. Maybe Allen needs a bait. We'll give him a long red. Yeah, but it's a very dangerous tactic for you to be playing around with, because if you get yourself down to that end, you know, it's one-shot shootout. And then, of course, for Allen, it will be a bit of a different story, because it won't be a one-shot for him, because he's still got a couple of those reds, as Yize, you know, pretty smart play from him. Manages to put another red to be on the side cushion. It's a very different story when you've got 1 of them to be on the side, and then you've got 2 of them as well. So Allen right now just trying to work his way. And let's see what's going to happen here. Probably looking at the potential double escape, but once again, if the red wasn't there at the blackboard cushion, then you could probably consider that. But for now, that won't really be something that he can play. Simply hasn't got the probably the skill or the score line to do that. So what's he trying to do here, though? Is he trying to go for a little double into the middle of the blackboard cushion? He's done that, but once again, I mean, he doesn't help himself with that. I mean, gives the turn back to Yize. So Yize now probably going to have to try and make it very much a close party there, where he's got 3 of those reds to be right next to each other. And even if he is going to have to try and sacrifice the cue ball position a little bit, that's still going to be worth it. That's what he's done. Trying to get the pink to be very much covering those reds as well. Force Allen to be taking the shot off the cushion. And he's going to have a look if he can get through to the left-hand side of those reds, because if he hasn't played this shot well enough there, Yize, he will be still disappointed, because now it's advantage to Allen to try and get some very valuable points there off the foul shots. That may be his only chance of trying to win this frame, you know, as much as it sounds a little bit ridiculous, but he clearly hasn't played that shot well enough. And now it will come down to, once again, a red transition onto the top part of the table here from Yize, as he tries to take that one carefully on towards the side cushion. But once again, I did say foul points were going to help Mark Allen, and that was certainly the case. Well, I'll tell you what, that was very cheap, and that changes complete equation here. That changes complete equation here, where you're going to have 45 points of a lead 51 at the table. The reason why that changes the equation is that he doesn't have to worry about those colors anymore. He can try and take it pretty much with whatever color he wants at the first start, as long as he's still going to have some reasonable colors to end the breakout there. And straight away, Alan will sense blood, and he'll give the turn back to Yize here again. Long frame. When both not potting for 10 minutes now, then the next try will miss unless it's an easy pot. It's true, but you'll probably feel like I can see Mark Allen because he's got nothing to lose in this frame. And if this is a foul shot, then Yize is going to be the one in trouble, and it is the case. So now he's going to have a look there, Alan, to see. Well, this is turning to be a little bit out of the equation there for Yize, because he was 49 points clear. Now he finds himself 41 points clear, where even taking the red doesn't even take him over the finish line. And he's going to find himself in a snooker position again. Well, that wasn't the plan. Mark Allen is a slow player, and he might be burdened to Woods strategically, but we should be able to cross the line. Why you not show the live stream for us to watch? Because I'm YouTube. I'm not TNT, I'm not Eurosport, I'm not WSD, so I don't have the rights. If you can buy the rights for me, I'd be very much happy to show the match to you as well. So for now, just having a look in relation to those reds that he's got available. Is he going to have a chance to try and take this red away onto the black one cushion? Probably is going to be interesting to see out there. But at the same time, I mean, Marcel Edgar is just checking there with the line. So Yize is now going to have a look at it. Probably going to be happy with this one as well. And yeah, it will come down to a shot to have been taken from Yize. So attempt number 2. And he played it about as close to the jaw of the pocket as he could. But this time around, once again, it's not a nice shot that he's played. And he will be very much back down to 4 more points to be done towards, Mark Cullen's count. And now it does change the picture for what this frame could finish with. Because now you've got Yize still very much the favourite in relation to the points there. But now he's going to have to try and get himself through to 2 of those reds to be taken, because, 37 points is the lead, unless he takes a really expensive colour with the first red. And of course, that includes him not having a foul shot as well. Giving away penalties cheaply, yes, true. Well, I'll tell you what. Can he just go for the red here? I mean, that's interesting. That's very interesting, because I am looking forward to see what Alan will have to say about that. Could he see that red first time? Oh, I mean, he nearly left it. Oh, has he left it? Tell you what, I was looking at that red because I thought he was going to go safe. I think this will pot, This will pot, And this is going to be a chance for Alan. Wow, that is going to be extraordinary steal of a frame, because now you haven't got that many variables. You haven't got many variables at all. The only problem that you have is you've got 2 reds over the left corner of the table, but this is going to be so close to Mark Allen to try and take this one away. Where's the cue ball going to finish? He has a little bit of luck, and he doesn't seem like he's going to get it. Well, that is about as bad as he could have been there in terms of his positioning. But of course, remember, if he does it the previous time, before those foul shots, that would have been him out of the equation to try and win the frame without snookers. But now, 36 points is the lead here for Yize, 43 at the table. So he can afford to be doing that. And of course, he can afford to be doing that on the remaining 2 reds as well. At least on one of them. So then, just trying to take that cue ball towards the top side of the table. So maybe, make it very much down to a blue to be taken here. But he doesn't really want to put this one safe. So he has to try and just bounce that blue to be still very much in open play there. But he has messed up the position of the green, the brown, and the blue now. So that will have to be a very much interesting thing for you to keep an eye on as well. And yeah, very interesting line for Yize to try and take it with a very thin shot on the reds. As he played this one well enough, I'll tell you what, he's got a really nice line in towards the blue. Is he going to slow down before it reaches the poke? And it will be a really good shot there. It's difficult to say, and how much can you see on the right-hand side of the table, but at the same time, it's a really thin shot there. And this could be down to Mark Cullen now to try and give a couple of those points away. He'll probably be down to a red to be taken with a very thin shot in towards the left corner. And Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a difficult shot there to execute, because even if you play this one from the cushion, you can't just rely on a big bounce, because you're going to get a big bounce and then the cue ball will stay there in the position of the red, which could easily allow Yize to be heading for the red, either the one that you cannon, or it's going to be down to a shot to be taken on into the top edge of the table. So, a massive shot coming up. What can you do with it? Is he going to try and play the red away into the left corner? And has he done that? Has he got the red first? He has. Has he put the red safe? He has. And he's put it too safe. He's put it on the side cushion. The other one is going to go right next to the paint sill. Still, it's not a bad position for him to try and find himself with. So like Mark Cullen is playing, I need to take a nap. Not just you. Listen, it's been more than 40 minutes now for a frame. And good escape. It was, but at the same time, I'm pretty sure he got fortunate with that one. The cue ball positioning was good. Where's the red going to finish? Where's the cue ball going to finish now? He nearly potted the red. And now, is he going to give that one away to Alan? Well, this is going to be interesting to see, because he seems to have got them in a straight line there, Yize. What can he do here? I mean, apart from potentially trying to roll this red with no power from the side cushion, I can't really see any other escape route. If he's playing a cross double, by the way, he needs that cue ball position to be absolutely spot on. Otherwise, he'll find himself in the world of trouble. And just trying to put the cue ball safe. Well, this is a risky shot, that. This is a risky shot. Wolf's face showing concern. No, listen, it will come down to a potential red to be taken into the yellow pocket. And now, it's all on your hands, Yize, because you only need the red after the previous colour wasn't taken with the black, with the red. And, of course, we have seen a couple of those situations where, he was the one giving foul points away. So just trying to put one more red safe. So has he learned the lesson? And he's going to try and play this one defensively. No, he's not. He's going to try and go for a double, which is not going to be too far away. But that will leave a chance away to Mark Cullen. Well, that was reckless. That was very much reckless from Yize. And I was just about to say he's learned the lesson. He hasn't learned the lesson at all. And he's left this one to be on the plate for Mark Cullen, because now this red is pretty much unmissable into the corner. And then he doesn't have to, well, he's got loads of flexibility on the remaining couple of... Wow, how's he missed the red? I said he was unmissable. How on earth do you miss a red like that? And he wasn't going to be on the colour anyway. That is a horror shot from Mark Cullen, but he's still going to be right back in the frame there. If it's pulled, the back double will be in. Well, yeah, but it's not really pull, is it? And he's playing this game... He's been playing this game for a long time. Even if he's made his debut in professional in Crucible in 2023, you don't need to be playing this game for a long time to realise that snooker ain't pull. But still, how has he got that cue ball to be where it is right now? Surely he hasn't potted the red. No, he hasn't. Has he put that one available for Mark Cullen to be taking on? I'll tell you what, that was close. But once again, it's all happening on the snooker table. And somehow, the scoreline is going to stay unchanged. Mark Cullen win this game. Well, anyone can win this one. I mean, I certainly would have agreed with you before he's taken that long rate into the left corner. But now, this has turned out to be such a massacre of a frame. And such a frame where anyone can do anything here. And you certainly find to be in a position where what's going to happen now? Well, you've got no idea on what's going to happen now. And you find yourself to be in a position where you just have to wait and see what the next shot is going to bring. Because for now, it brings the plenty of action here in between those two reds. And now trying to pot the red into the yellow pocket here. With Paul, my success potting is greater than the snooker. Absolutely. I can tell you the same thing about it. Especially with the cue ball. I'm brilliant with that. Especially when it comes to the black. Probably, best, when you try and make 2 in 1 there, I'm really good at it when it comes to the cue ball on the black to be made in pool. So, yeah, if you know, you know. Meanwhile, it's a bit of a negative shot there for Mark Cullen, which is not a surprise, but it's negative towards him. And now it's Yize that's got the chance to try and force this red to go safe. Whilst playing the cue ball to basically stay onto the black ball cushion. He's played that well. He's played that really, really well. And what has he left for Mark Cullen to try and do here? The red that he's played for is now going to be down to the yellow here to be taken. So there is technically a chance for him to try and roll this red in. But once again, it'll come down to, is he going to be lines up on the colour, guaranteed? And is this red going to be worth to be taken on into the corner as well? Wiz in trouble, could not gain additional points to spend it at 59. Yeah, but for a reason. And you can't tell me that Alan has been scoring plenty of those either. You know, they've been stuck in a stalemate for a while, but the problem is that the problem with the stalemate, as you can see, frame time is going to be over 40 minutes, is that it's so difficult for you to try and get out of this situation. You know, trying to get yourself through to a chance. Is he gone for the red into the middle? Well, I don't know what he was doing there. Maybe trying to put that one safe. Has he put that one safe, though? Seems like he's just about managed to do that. And he's going to be lucky with that one. Because when I say just about, I literally mean just about managed to put that one too safe. Mark is a cool player. Would too aggressive? Not really. I mean, just because he's cool, you know, coolness doesn't win you world championships. You have to be aggressive at times. You need to try and make sure your game is complete. So you know very much when to take an aggressive shot, and you know when to try and hit the reverse and try and get yourself out of trouble. For now, referee, Yize and Mark Allen are all going to be looking at this shot, because I feel like he's going to try and keep that cue ball at the top side of the table whilst putting the red to be closer towards the ball cushion here. So once again switches the turn back towards Mark Allen. And yeah, he's going to have a chance to try and get one of those reds to be closer towards the right middle. And I'll play this, well, potentially into another red here, which is surprising, because Allen is not really going to be interested in trying to keep those reds safe. And, well, in the meantime, he's trying to get the brown into the open play, to be fair. So he's going to sacrifice a red by doing that. But at the end stage, he's managed to get that cue ball to be positioned really, really well as well. So he will come down to if Yize can see the thin cut of the reds onto the right side. And even if he can, of course, it doesn't really give him, you know, too much of a guarantee that he'll be able to try and get that one safe. So last pot time, 26-27 minutes now. It's incredible. The frame was 13 minutes before all this drama started, and he's played that shot well, Yize, managing to put the cue ball to be on one side cushion, and then the red, even though he was going to be close towards the yellow pocket, he's going to be placed right next towards the yellow pocket here, onto the left side cushion as well. Once again, having a look at the scoreboard, 36 points is the gap, if you've forgotten, which you could have, because there have been plenty of fouls, but at the same time, there has not been a pot for a long, long time. And as he said, to be fair, you know, it was down to a long red available, and Mark Allen missed it, even though it was quite a straightforward one, which just tells you that sometimes 40 minutes without, you know, trying to put some balls there can put you into a rusty mode. So what is Allen trying to do here? Is he just trying to put that cue ball to be on the opposite side cushion as the other two reds? Yeah, but surely he's not really going to be able to gain anything with that, because Yize just will switch up the tables again and make sure that he's going to have that red to be positioned straight into the middle of the cushion. And he's probably going to be putting Mark Allen to be the one taking a step backwards here, because the cue ball should be further away from the red than he was previously. Or he's going to try and do it with a red. I mean, that was risky. That was a little bit reckless as well. He's managed to put the blue somewhat safe. Let's see where the second red is going to finish. Yeah, the blue is now going to be safe, so it's going to be difficult for Allen to try and make his way, transition from the blue on towards the pink. But this is what he can afford, to be fair, Yize. He can't afford causing a little bit of chaos here, as much as he's allowing himself to try and put a couple of colours safe, glued in the 10th frame. Yeah, I'm pretty sure someone said he was a long frame, and that was around 20 minutes ago. Right now, he's trying to go for a red to be taken into the corner. He wants to make sure he's not going to put any of those over the middle, though. And I tell you what, it's not a bad shot. It's not a bad shot because he can only reach the right-hand side of it, Yize, and that's best case. The worst case, he's going to have to try and play this one from a cushion, and that's a deadly shot, you know. So he needs to try and make sure he can see. Well, he can, but it's the wrong side. That's risky, that is. It's not even risky, that's probably not worth to be taking on. If you can see, well, if you're going to try and play a red into the black ball cushion, well, that's not a shot to play. You're going to have to do it off the cushion. At least that way you get yourself a chance. This time around, he's got absolutely no chance of getting that red safe and getting the cue ball safe as well. Well, this is going to be interesting. Is he going to fluke a red? Wow, that's a shot of the tournament. When it comes to the fluke, that is the shot of the tournament. I've got no clue if he played for that, but that is going to be getting over the finish line. And what a result that is going to be. And then he misses the green. I mean, surely you don't want to be stuck in this frame for another hour, man. Come on. You have to be doing better than that with the green. But look at this for the red. He flukes it into the middle. I didn't see a hand of apology, so he may have actually played for that. But, I mean, what sort of accuracy was that? Brilliant there from him. And now Mark Allen's going to try and take this red away with the black. Well, at the end point, it was only 1 point there for Yize and Ayo Fluke. Well, I'm not sure, as I say, I'm not inside his brain, so I can't tell you. To me, I would say it's a fluke. He may have played that. If he tells me he plays it, I'm certainly going to believe him because he could still play that shot. But if he played that one, it's a bit of a stupid shot to play, I'll be honest with you, which is what makes it so great. Because the thing about that shot is you miss him by a millimeter, you leave that red to be over the middle, and then Allen can win. So that was the problem that I had with the shot, which is why I don't think he's played that. I feel like he's trying to, yeah, to be fair, the more you think about it, what else could he have done? I mean, could he have tried to go on the left side of it? But that way, you can drop the cue until he might have actually played that, to be fair. Because the more you think about it, the more you actually come to a solution where you didn't actually have anything else to do. So, yeah, he might have actually played for that. Yize and how results? Well, for now, it's now going to be 36 points of a lead. But, of course, Allen is about to take the pink into the right middle to get him closer towards Yize, make it down to 30 points. And still need a snooker to try and find here. It takes a break of 7 points. So the brown out of position, the blue out of position, the green is out of position, but is in a condition for you to try and get the snooker. Is he going to try and get that yellow to be in behind the blue here? And he sort of tried to do that. Let's see if it's worked out. To me, the cue ball is going to run out of pace. He's just about going to creep over the finish line. No, he won't. So now Yize just has to make sure he gets that yellow away without touching the blue, and then he'll be sweetly lined up for trying to, and he missed the green, which is not easy, but also not difficult. Nah, that's an easy green to be, I nearly flipped the yellow there into the left middle. That's an easy green. Whatever you say about it, that was such an easy green. I made that 9 out of 10, and that tells you how bad the green was. Yes, he probably was thinking about the position for the red, but still, he should not miss a green like that. I mean, he was straight. He was very close to the middle. He had the entire middle to aim at. And, yeah, he missed that one very much full ball. It's a good snooker, though, by Allen. If he manages to slow down before it reaches the black, and he has done so. So remember, the problem with missing that green is that it's only one snooker. Yes, he's safe, but it's only safe for now. And, I mean, you probably have to play the shot with power, you know. Because if you miss it, you have to make sure you don't leave it on the plate there for Mark Allen. And if he's taking this one from two cushion, which he seems to be doing there from the right side and then from the bulk as well, tell you what, this is not an easy shot for you to play at all. If you're going to try and play that cue ball with loads of pace behind it, is he going to make the contact? No, he won't. He wasn't even close to it, by the way. So back to the battle here we go, and back to Mark Allen having the chance to try and win this one again. 26 points is the lead for Yize, 27 at the table. Well, I'll tell you what, I wouldn't be surprised. As I said, that green was absolutely a joke that he missed. As much as he was a brilliant red, if he was playing for that, he still had to get over the finish line. Because I said he might be stuck in the entirety here, for the eternity I should say, in this frame. And now Allen clearly feels like one snooker is not going to take it for him. And, well, he's going to try and make minor contact here with the black. I mean, nah, you can't tell me it's not an easy green. You can't tell me that's not an easy... He overcut that green. It's a stupid miss there from Yize. That's a joke of a shot that he's played. And he's played another shocker here. It's going to be a free ball. I tell you what, he doesn't know what he's doing there. Sometimes he doesn't know what he's doing. And this is why he needed to try and get that green in, get the red in on the plate. He would not have had to play those type of shots. He got himself into the world, which is very difficult to get out of. And, well, the only good thing about this one is, well, of course, he can try and force him to be put back exactly where he was, or he can try and put the blue into the open plate, which he will do. Yeah, he got himself into a bad position here, Yize, and I'd probably say right now he's not even the favourite to win the frame. Because for him to try and get a chance of seeing that yellow and actually trying to pot it right now, potting the yellow is not going to be enough for him. So, it will come down to a yellow and a green, which is basically the same there as Mark Cullen's situation of trying to pot every single colour here. So, yeah, that's certainly not going to be a nice thing for him to be doing. What he needs to try and do is try and put one of those colours safe again. But before that, then it'll be down to, well, what's he trying to do here? He's trying to take this one in a straight line. Oh, just about got there, and he put the black somewhat safe. Is he going to have that yellow to slow down before he goes over the pocket? Well, it's a chance for Mark Cullen. It's an awkward chance, but it's still an opportunity. He's got plenty of pocket to aim towards, and well, if he loses this frame, don't tell me I haven't warned you. I said that previous frame is going to kill his confidence, and inevitably that is always going to be very much a problem for you to try and get over the finish line. The yellow is in. He kind of put the blue safe though. Yeah, he has put the blue safe. Only just, but he has put it safe, and now he's got a difficult green to be taking on. Well, this is on. The clearance is on there. So now, both not playing good snooker today. Will need to kill two balls in this game. Well, he does, but right now it's Mark Cullen at the table, and he finds himself to be in a position of trying to take the green away into the left corner. He's done that. And now, he doesn't want to be straight on the brown. He doesn't want to be straight on the brown, and he's going to be straight on the brown. No chance, probably. Never say never, but very little chance to try and get it down to the blue. But once again, the fact that he's getting so close towards the finish line for Alan is absolutely a joke there, from Yize's point of view. And yeah, he's thinking about playing for a safety shot. Well, he's going to run out of colours, which Alan hasn't managed to pot somehow, because he's about to take the brown away, and then he'll get it down to very much a 50-50 of a battle here, because he's trying to get that cue ball to be very much lined up onto the brown spot, which he's managed to achieve. We're being to the buckets now. Probably too early to say that, but just once again, he would not have played the shot in the way on that fluke there. He could have tried to go defensive there. He didn't try to. He actually did try to pot it, but the green that he missed was once again the one that could still cost him the frame. For now, it's a battle for the blue. If Alan doesn't do something very much extraordinary here, he's trying to bring the black into the open, and he has managed to achieve that, to be fair, because right now it wasn't playable beforehand, and now it will be very much down to a chance. So Yize still, he can't go for this blue now. He's no longer safe. He needs to just try and make sure he's going to try and bite this time here. Make sure he goes for those top-off shots when they're going to be available. And, well, the problem is, if you don't go for an attacking shot, what can you do here? Probably, well, the problem is cross double. He's going to be too aggressive there, because he puts that blue to be closer towards the green pocket now. He needs to avoid the double kiss, which is done. But has he left the blue available? Well, I'll tell you what, he has done. This is no longer safe for him. He was safe beforehand, and I'm not sure if Alan is going to try and take this opportunity. But if he makes it, he'll be very much down to Mark Cullen having all the, the positives of the first two frames. He's a good shot on the blue, and he didn't go for it. Just try and get that cue ball to be in behind the black, and once again, it's not too far away. And yeah, it's not too bad of a shot that he's played. Once again, just nudging that black further and further away, so that gives himself more and more freedom on the positional shot on the pink. By the way, 54 minutes this frame has been going on for. Yeah, it does give me very much flashbacks to Yang Mingtao against Mark Selby, but ultimately, Mark Cullen against Mark Selby in that semi-final. There seems to be a interesting line there from Yize, but he needs to make sure that cue ball is going to pull up before it goes around the pink. I'll tell you what, he may have managed to cover the cutoff point, but I'm not too sure about that, because he certainly can see the blue. Whether he can see it in its entirety is going to be very interesting to be seeing out there. Because for now, it's still very much in his hands there. If he goes for the blue, he plays that cue ball down the table, he's got a chance to try and land on the pink and then try and take it with the black as well. And he has gone for, well, it seems like he's gone for it. Whether he has or not, I have to wait and see. And where's the cue ball going to finish? Seems like he's going to try and finish it behind the pink. And once again, very similar situation to what we had previously. But this time around, it feels like it's going to be very much a similar result there, with Yize seeing the edge of that blue. What a long game. Well, Mark Cullen for you. He doesn't make it easy, and he doesn't give up easily, but You have to blame Yize as much as Mark Cullen for that. He had so many opportunities, just like he was in the previous frame, to try and close this game away. He hasn't done that, and now he finds himself to be in a position of having to risk, having to go for that blue. At some stage, he probably won't be doing that now, because he needs to try and hit the blue first. But ultimately, just trying to put that one safe onto the side cushion. He's done that. And it's a pretty good shot that he's played, acknowledged by Alan. So he's left the double on. Not saying anything, but just letting you know. Is he going to try and go for it here? Because the angle is the natural one to try and bring the cue ball for the paint. But surely after he puts so much effort, you can't be putting it down to a lottery ticket. Or can you? Well, it seemed like the late swing that he had seemed like he was actually going to go for it, but not in the end. And now, once again, back to Yize. The turn goes. Never-ending frame for you. It's about to reach an hour since it started. The first frame finished so quickly, but right now, of course, you find yourself in such a difficult position in relation to what's happened since. And another great shot there from Yize that manages to put that cue ball safe, as well as putting the blue to be on the right side rail. Now gives the turn back to Mark Cullen once again. Safety success 75% from Yize, 79% from Mark Cullen. I mean, all of the percentage gain or loss would have been done in this frame. Probably was already longer than the second session of the match of Shego John against Ronnie O'Sullivan. This frame alone. Because Ronnie had a 7-2 lead and he was able to kill that match in 3 frames. And they finished in less than an hour. This one has been going for an hour itself. Ultimately, Alan is happy to concede initiative here. And allow Yize to try and take that blue down the table here. So try and make sure he doesn't, well, I mean, he's trying to go for the shot, splitting the cue ball and the blue to be very much alongside each other. So who's going to blink first? Once again, it does come down to 3 shots needed for Alan, only 1 of them to be needed for Yize. But at the same time, you know, the hardest shot, of course, is trying to get the blue in. And once again, Alan's just trying to search for that cover from the pink. And let's see if that cue ball is going to reach it. And it seems like it's a really good effort for him. I'm not sure if he's managed to play that shot well enough. Long frames, absolutely in Alan's favour. Who is clearly a very good player. And handling this sort of a start frame will build him experience. True, only if he wins it though. You'll blow his confidence to pieces if he doesn't win this frame away. And he's played a very interesting shot now. He needs that blue to go further and further from the pocket. And has he left this one available? Well, it's difficult to say. It's honestly difficult to say because he's close towards the corner pocket, but he's close to the side cushion as well. What can he do to try and, well, he's not really thinking about trying to go for the blue here, it would seem. The fact that he's looking at the bulk line, so he's clearly trying to, you know, play that blue into the black, which is risky, to be fair, in itself. So it'll be very interesting to see what's going to happen here. Is he trying to take it? And as he played it with a cross double, it's going to be very close. It's going to be very close to the pocket. Has he left this one over the corner though? The answer is not quite. He's disappointed, but I'm not sure he knows the whole picture. That blue is not an easy pot at all. But he needs to just try and trust in your ability. You're going to have to play this one with very little power. It's difficult. It's pressure, as Zhao Jingtong will say. But if you get this one in, surely there's nothing stopping you. The crowd can't believe it in the background. Has he got it? No, he hasn't. Your cue ball is going to bounce away. And, well, has he got the angle to try and hold it for the pink? Tell you what, he had to play that shot, but he didn't manage to get that one in. And, well, Alan could have left this one a little bit nicer for it. It was actually overcut that one, which is incredible. Which was a lot more difficult to do than to undercut that blue. But ultimately, the stalemate should be over. And has he got this one in? He has. Is he going to have a chance to try and play for the black though? The angle will tell us the picture. Seemed like he's got the old bringing the cue up very quickly. But right now he's going to have to try and make that cue ball through the side rail and position himself nicely for the black. So once again, a very key shot now for him. And he needs to take the black as well. So after that long struggle, he will come down to the black for the win. For Mark Cullen, an hour-long frame. And he will be down to Alan to try and take this one away at last. He is able to do it, and it will be 6 frames to 4. So He's done it the hard way. Yize only has himself to blame, but yeah, it's an hour-long frame. Hopefully it's the last one that we've seen, and hopefully the remaining snooker is going to be a little bit more interesting to be watching, rather than shots of backwards and forwards with no pot. Unbelievable. Well, at least, listen, at least it's over. That's probably the best thing that I can say. Brilliant commentary. Well, I'll tell you what, you may as well just take the break here now, because yeah, this is why I want Yize in the final. I'll be honest with you. That is incredibly frustrating sometimes. I'll be really honest with you. And you always see that with only one player on the tour. Listen, he managed to mighty grind this one out. If he does it, I ain't lasting the fourth session, I'll tell you that for free, because that was absolutely on the edge. And the only thing that kept me here, by the way, was the fact that Yize might have actually won that frame, but the fact that he's ended against him, well, as I say, he only has himself to blame, and hopefully he'll be able to come back strong in the next couple of frames. Mark needed to do that, to be fair. Well, yeah, whatever. Today, Alan 7-6 has got no chance to be doing that, because if he plays snooker like that, he'll be punished for it very, very quickly. And the problem is, he wasn't punished, of course. That's the bottom line. So we're going to have to wait and see if Yize is able to respond. But for now, it's Mark Allen that wins 2 frames to start this session away, and certainly finds himself to be in a position of some sort of control, trying to take this one away and make it a very interesting scoreline for him as well. For now, I'd still probably say he finds himself in a position of trying to win this one. And, you know, if you're going to have a chance to try and take this one away, then you probably would still very much come down to a great chance of trying to make it over the finish line out there. We'll have to wait and see if that is going to be the case. Well, has not done good for this game. We're all crying now. Listen, he's got himself to blame, and now he needs to try and come up with a really good solution of trying to win the 11th frame, which of course would make everyone to forget about what happened in the previous frame as well. Is he going to be able to do that? We'll have to wait and see. For now, he hasn't done well enough, let's be honest with us. And yeah, he still puts himself to be very much under a little bit of pressure. And let's see if he's going to be able to handle that one. It won't be easy, but at the same time, who said it's going to be easy? Mark Allen comes back to the table, and Yize is about to take his first shot since that 18 points of a clearance, which has seen Mark Allen to be winning that frame away. And now put it down to Yize to try and take the break-off shot. He's taken that one pretty well, because every single time there he comes back to the table, he will be plenty of pressure on him, as he was on that last blue that he missed, into the right corner. And now just having a look at the relationship with those reds available. I mean, Allen technically can go for the red into the corner. Let's see if he's going to have plenty of confidence to try and build from what happened in the previous frame as well. He's had a chance to try and reflect on that, but for now, it is going to be back to missing out on the reds and leaving out the chance here for Yize. I mean, it depends on which one of those reds has he actually left. Can he get through to the one closer to the right corner, or is he going to be the one closer to the cue ball here that he has to go for? For now, just having a look at the line. It's not an easy one to be taking on. Let's see if he's managed to put the previous frame behind him. For now, not quite. And he certainly played that a little bit further away from that back front jaw to him, but still couldn't quite make that red in. And now we will be very much back to Mark Allen here. And as I said, this is what the first frame does to you sometimes, especially if you're going to be down to someone like Yize. You know, we will be very much, you know, the struggle for potentially the entirety of the session. And especially when you have got a blow like that of an hour-long frame, which you have been leading throughout 99% of, and then you find yourself to be in a position like that, where you're just going to have to try and do it all again. Now then, Allen, can he try and make this red in? Yes, he can. So let's see if he's going to get the good contact on the black as well. So then, very careful, trying to go for the black now into the left corner. Make sure he's got the opportunity to try and play this one towards the side rail. And yeah, he's still got a decent opportunity to try and stay on those reds for the while. Now 8 points of a lead that he has. Still going for the reds into the left middle. And yeah, ultimately just realising the position that he has got ahead of himself. Making sure that it will be down to playing for the black for as long as he can. And make sure that he doesn't make the situation, the position, too difficult on himself. So now able to do that, rolling the red carefully into the corner. Make sure he's still going to stay on the black now for a while. Will play stupidly and deserve to lose the last frame. That's, unfortunately, a part of that is true. as I say, I still feel like it doesn't really force Alan to be playing an hour-long frame. You know, so many opportunities that he had to try and go for it more aggressive way, but he decided to turn every single one of them down. But listen, it is what it is. It's in the past now, and hopefully it won't be another long frame, another hour-long frame until the end of this particular session. As he's now about to go for the black into the left corner. Make sure he's going to try and get around those reds and get that cue ball to be positioned for the reds to be taken into the right part of the table. So 24 points is the lead right now. Just having a look at the situation that he's got around those reds to try and take each of and every single one of them away. Make sure he still gets a decent opportunity to try and take those shots away, as they're showing the previous black that he's taken into the previous player. Alan is a fluent player and not slow. That will mess his game up. You don't know Mark Allen. I'll break news for you. If you don't think Mark Allen plays slow, you don't know him. I'll breaking news to you. Whether you agree with that or not, it's up to you. But if you call Mark Allen a fast player, I do genuinely wonder what you're doing in snooker. And yeah, if you're going to try and play this black away now into the corner, try and take the cue ball into those reds. I mean, decided not to be doing that for now, so just trying to carefully play it towards the mid-range part of the table, so that he gets himself into 32 points of a gap. And now having a look whether he's going to be able to get through to the red into the left corner. And in the meanwhile, just trying to go with a careful backspin shot on the white. Make sure that he gets a red into the middle, which he has done. Now the position of black should follow as well, and he wants to be a little bit, well, pretty much alongside there, something that he has done with black. So just try and take the cue ball away towards those reds, whether he wants to try and take them into the bunch right now, or he wants to try and save that until later. And he's played that shot pretty well in relation to the, you know, a couple of reds that he's managed to get himself into the open play. And now we'll very much come down to a shot to be taken into the left corner. Get yourself a decent opportunity to try and make this thing right. And then you're certainly going to be able to try and take the white away towards the black once again for the second time. And he doesn't really have to go into the bunch for another time here as well. He just needs to try and make sure he stays on the black for as long as he possibly can. For now, it probably will come down to a couple of those shots to be played. But yeah, he's trying to go into the bunch again. I'm not sure if he's managed to end up with anything good here. Because let's have a look. I mean, once again, trying to go onto the bunch, and he has done that now. So has he got anything into the corner? It seemed like not really is the answer. So he may have to go for that red into the left middle, which is able to cut there, but it's not quite the shot that you want to be taking on whilst being 48 points clear because of how tight the cut is going to be to you. So once again, just having a look for those reds to try and find one into the right corner, and at the end, it'll be very much down to a red to be taken into the left corner of the table as well. So he's got, yeah, it does seem like it's going to be a very tight shot there if you try and take that red away into the right corner. And for now, play this cue ball with a little bit of backspin to make sure that he tries to avoid the contact, especially if it's not going to be a necessary one on the blue or any other colours. And in the end, it was just the ball colours that he was trying to avoid there. Now having to see the situation on the blue there. He just goes past the red, which is going to be a nice addition there for Alan. Trying to go for the blue now in towards the left middle. Make sure he plays that shot with power. And once again, he needs that cue ball to be lined up nicely for the lower end of the table. He's going to be heading for the red once again into the left corner of the table here to be taking. And once again, showing the century total for the tournament so far. Joutington is going to be first with 8. Mark Allen's going to be second with 7. And then it'll be down to Sean Murphy with 6. Ronnie O'Sullivan with 5. Barry Hawkins with 4. And so Yize right now, he's going to have to try and look back from his seat and look back on the chances that he had to try and take the previous frames away from Mark Allen. He wasn't able to do that, and now he finds himself to be in a real threat of losing 3 frames on a bounce. Of course, for now, he's still going for a potential 1-4-5 here, which is pretty impressive from what we've seen in the previous frame. Now trying to go for this red into the corner, make sure he's going to have the play for the black to be available, as he's done that pretty well. Still going to try and go for the cue ball to try and land in behind the shot for the side cushion. Fluid's not fast, he just good smooth speed. Now that's once again, he said he's not slow, and if you feel like he's not slow, then it's certainly not going to be smooth with anything out there. It's all down to take so many ages on the shot and then just try and take it in a defensive fashion anyway. You know, the thing about it is you can't change my mind on it. And yes, just because he got the breaks of 71 points doesn't really change on what we've seen in the previous frame, does it? And Alan showing how mentally strong he is. Well, maybe showing that to you. Still, as I say, he's going for a 145 there, which would be the highest break of the tournament. And yeah, for now, just trying to go for the red into the left middle. Looking to try and make it the first century of the match. And as I say, all down to Yize to have all blame on himself. That was purely self-inflicted. He only has himself to blame for it. And he has blown 7-2 of a lead. He's blown a 7-3 of a lead. And he hasn't done anything in this frame. So that's now going to be 7-2, which it could have been. Now it's going to be down to 6-5. So yeah, it's not really going to be down to a decent opportunity. And once again, you look at that green. I mean, this is why we're here. This is why we were there for an hour. That is such a stupid mistake there from Yize. And the fact that he cost us an hour of game time, and it's going to take so much string out of him as well. I mean, the thing that he doesn't realise is the man that he's going to regret that more than anyone else is going to be himself, because of how costly that mistake is going to prove to be. And for now, Alan, of course, just enjoying himself to try and take as many of those points as he can. See if he's overrun for the red to try and take into the right corner. So played with a little bit of backspin to make sure that he's still going to try and stick on the black there. So for now, just go for the black to be taken, and the first century of the match there in its entirety will be done. And ultimately, it will still be a potential challenge for a 6-2 of a gap to be overturned and very much make a 6-all out of it, which is incredible, really. If you look at where Yize has started this performance and where he's going to finish with it as well. So then a break of 103 points, and ultimately he's still going to be on the block there. He's looking to try and make it very much down to just himself of making the highest break of the tournament. Of course, it's not going to be quite the maximum, but it's still going to be a great achievement if he manages to get those shots in here. So goes for the raid into the right corner. Please respect the opinion and point of view of each people. Yeah, once again, it's, you know, you probably don't have to be doing that to that extent. I understand you can be frustrated, as I say. I was very frustrated what I've seen in the previous frame, but you do need to be very much respectful to the other people as well. I don't know, already in 63, fluency. It's not really fluency, is it though? Because just because he had an easy position ahead of himself, which still fair play, he managed to get himself into that situation. And once again, you can't blame Yize for that, but you also have to praise the shot that he's taken in the first raid. That probably was the only time where he could have gone wrong. He hasn't, and he's got a part to play in that as well. But once again, the thing that I'm talking about is the previous couple of frames, which, you know, we haven't really seen anything like that. Alan will win, well, hopefully in a different universe. But as I say, we will see about that one, because if he plays like that and he hasn't got any resistance from the other part of the chair to be seen from him, he may very well win, because nobody said that he can't try and overturn this one. You know, the session is going to consist of 8 frames, and for now, he's managed to win the first 3. So if he goes like that, I mean, and then he wins 8 frames on the bounce, as I say, don't tell me that it's very much Mark Allen to blame, because he will be all down to his opponent that hasn't managed to do enough of what is required of him. And Allen, in the meanwhile, is about to go for a break of 138 points. Now, can he try and make the black in for a 145 of a clearance? He certainly can, and he will be down to the highest break of the tournament to be achieved. And now he will be very much down to Mark Allen to try and get himself back to the main action. And Yize, well, as I say, 147, no, it won't be a 147, it will be a 145 at the end. And still, a decent opportunity here for him to try and make it down to 4 frames on the bounce and punish Yize here in all its glory. And yeah, he still manages to put himself right back in the mix for the entire match as well. Because now you feel like you look back on those mistakes and, you know, that right now they have been a while ago. But the feeling after them will still very much be, you know, with Yize, and you have to make sure you take the right consequences from that. Whether he will be down to something for him to try and achieve before or after the intermission, we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, certainly down to a potential still to be there in relation to the way that he wants to try and finish off the first mini session here. because if he's going to be heading for those reds to be taken, Higgins versus Murphy 8-all, that should give Allen some inspiration. Yeah, but the thing about it is that if you're going to have Higgins and Murphy 8-8, then it's got nothing to do with this match, because it was very evenly matched. And you probably could say it's a different style of play in relation to Higgins trying to take a bit more of a, time on his shots. But still, all of those shots and all of those frames have been playing in an aggressive style there, which, is something that Allen, whether he's incapable of doing it or he just doesn't want to be doing that at all at the end stage, it will come down to Yize to try and overcome that. Whether he's able to do so or not, so far the answer is no. And there's your answer on the scoreline. It was a very comfortable lead of 6 frames to 2. And now, even if it is going to be Yize to try and win the 12th frame, then it will come down to that gap to be halved. So that's still going to be very much advantage to Allen in that respect. And yeah, he's going to have to wait and see and what's going to happen in this particular frame. But for now, of course, Yize still needs to try and come out of his own shadow and get back with a better performance, very much to be on the horizon. And he becomes the highest break of the tournament. Yes, it's man, isn't it? The longest frame of the tournament, I'm pretty sure. Certainly of the ones that I've seen, an hour-long frame, and then he makes the highest break of the tournament. You don't know what's going to come through him, is it? But fair play. Once again, there was nothing wrong with that break that he made. And, he wasn't fluking every single shot there. He was a really good break. He was able to take that position away step by step and play really, really well. But once again, it's down to what Mark Allen are we going to see in the 12th frame here? Is he going to be back very much where we started? And another frame worthy of an hour. So let's have a look how long the session has been. Yeah, when you've got 4 frames to be lasting over 2 hours, that's... Even that 145 break doesn't really cover up, because if he makes another one, I'll feel fair play. That's probably going to even itself out, because the previous frame probably something like 10 minutes, and if you make, an hour and 20 minutes with another 10-minute worth of a frame, it's still long, because it's going to be something like 80 minutes for 3 frames, which is longer than average. As now Yize makes his way back towards the table, and he's going to have to try and pick up his cue and actually play some snooker here, because for now, it seems like he finds himself absolutely in the wonders and in the shadows. Is he going to be able to come out of that one now? Because Mark Allen has got a break-off shot on him. And hopefully for himself, he's going to try. And no, highest break is 147. Nope, it's not. In the main draw, it is going to be there's a separate highest break where you've got the one in the qualifiers. Because, you can't judge the way of Mark Allen. You can look at that, by the way. Crucible highest break of 145 by Mark Allen, then 140 by Mark Allen, then 140 by Mark Allen, then 140 by Barry Hawkins, then 140 by Sean Murphy. It's not easy to do, even if in the lead. Yeah, you're boring me with that one. Once again, you clearly don't really understand what I'm talking about. So it's a bad shot, by the way, by Yize, and it's another great chance for Allen to try and make another thing right there for himself. And, has he opened the gap a little bit too wide there on the red? No, he hasn't. So he's now managing to get the red very much over there into the left middle. And now just trying to be lined up for the yellow here. And try and take the white to be heading very much back down the table here again. If he gets that cue ball to keep on running towards the right side cushion, then he'll certainly be putting Yize in a little bit of problem there, because that's where he has been very dangerous recently, especially in the previous frame. And if he puts himself to be in that position again, probably going to have to say that you will come down to 6-all to be very much in the horizon. Come on, win, and you're 2 frames ahead. Lose, and it's all square. You ain't lost yet. You made the 147. Missed it, so. No, he made the 147. Chang Min-yu made the 147. No, was it Chang Min-yu? Yeah, it was Chang Min-yu against Luca Bracel. Liam Pullen was going for 1 as well, but he couldn't quite make it. But that was in the qualifiers. You've got a separate prize for the 147, because he's going to get 147,000 for that, because of him making one in the UK qualifiers as well. And surprisingly, by the way, he lost both of those matches against Maguire and Bracel. But ultimately, you got another highest break of a value where you've got yourself a chance of trying to go and compete with qualifiers. So it's going to be something like 10,000 in qualifiers, and then there's a separate highest break value in the Crucible, which is actually going to be in the main draw. So the top 16 against the 16 qualifiers. So that was very much down to what he was, and yeah, of course now it will be very much down to a decent opportunity for Ireland to try and get that prize back very much home with him. because it still feel like it will very much come down to a decent opportunity there to be taken, because if he takes those reds very comfortably away with the black, he can try and build on that lead and get himself further and further. I stopped at 140 indeed, but don't know what happened in qualifications. Chang Min-yu early in qualifying rounds. Yes, he was down to probably the first match that he had to play, because he was against Luca Brussel, because both of them are going to be inside of the top 62 there. As you can see, points without reply there for Alan, 206 again. So down to a red to be taken here, into the right corner. Make sure he gets himself a chance of trying to play for the black again, into the right corner, and just position himself to be taking the red away into the opposite side of the table as well. Chang already pocket 157, better than reaching semis exactly, to be fair. You know, you only get, in terms of the prize money, of course, you don't get that in ranking points, but in terms of the prize money, which, you know, arguably is a lot more important to the players, you do get 147,000 for making 2 of them in the Triple Crown events, one in the UK, one in the World Championship here, of course, as well. And then also, you're going to have the 10 more thousand for the highest value of a break made in the qualifiers, because you didn't have to split that one with anyone. Liam Pullen, by the way, made one in the UK qualifiers as well. These two were the only 2 players, I'm pretty sure, that made it in the UK. And at the end stage, you know, Liam was very close to try and get over the finish line as well. And at the end stage, you know, felt like he was on the penultimate red that he missed that one away. So, yeah, very much down to unlucky for him at that stage. So still trying to go for the black into the left corner. Make sure he got that cue ball to be put through those reds, and now trying to get himself a little bit higher than the position of the reds here. So 35 points in the lead. Once again, just trying to finish off the session here and make it very much a 4-all win, with no chance for Yize to try and respond before the start of the frame number 13. So the 36 points right now is the lead for Mark Cullen, and if he tries to go for the black to be taken into the left corner, he's still going to have a decent opportunity to try and bring the cue ball into those reds. See if he's going to have plenty of power behind that shot as well. For now, it just seems like he's going to try and toss it into those reds, and now he's missed the reds. He's missed the black, I should say. And well, this is going to be very much throwing this frame to be wide open, and potentially now in favour of Yize here, because he's missed the black, as I say, a little bit too much of the front jaw that he caught. And now that will allow last spot time, 31.5 minutes. Yize is going to come back to the table and potentially get himself through to a chance. He's got plenty of reds available, but what can he do in relation to the pink and the black situation? You know, Alan's not going to be happy with himself, but once again, that reign of points without reply had to end at some point, and yeah, now, once again, it's over to you, Yize. Are you going to be able to take this chance away? Because you haven't got a chance for excuse now. You're going to have to try and take it without giving Mark Allen any sign of a mercy. So then he seems like he's played for a shot onto the black straight away. So trying to get himself in here with a chance of going for the black into the right corner. Seems like he will be very much trying to take this one away. Play for the reds into the left middle, and then he will come down. Oh, I mean, it's a bad miss that he had, but he flukes the black into the left corner. Wow, that is a massive mistake by Yize, but well, how did he manage to make that one in? And once again, he's got such a decent opportunity to try and clear up from here. And I tell you what, Mark Cullen is going to be absolutely fuming with that, because he leaves him with a chance of trying to come back to the table. But I tell you what, that is a chance and a half there that was missed, and potentially 70% in the second session, as you can see. The pot success there from Yize. Can he try and get those numbers to be a little bit higher than that, as he takes the black carefully away into the left corner? Fluke again, turning point. Well, it well could be. 20 points is the difference, and once again, he's going to be back down to an opportunity here to be taking a red away into the right corner. Make sure you get that cue ball to be running very much on the left-hand side of the black. Make sure he's going to be possible into the left corner, as he now tries to play for that. Once again, you can see that fluke that he had. You know, so much spin on the black at the end after it rolled in the jaws. And you can see his reaction there. And very much with no filter. He couldn't believe what he's seeing there. But ultimately right now, he needs to try and get himself through to 35 points of a gap. And then we are going to have to start talking about him potentially having a chance to win this frame. But now, another mistake there from Yize, and he will leave a chance away for Mark Cullen. Now, what's it going to be here? I mean, Alan has got a chance of trying to take that red away, and that was coming, unfortunately. You know, just because he managed to get away with that one on the first try, it doesn't seem like he's going to be getting away with it very much consistently here. For now, Mark Allen is going to have all the chances to try and extend his 19 points of lead very much until the end here, and not leave a chance for Yize to come back to the table for one more time. As he has scored a single point here right now. Chinese saying, when it's yours, it's yours. Now I missed another black. I wouldn't say it's karma because he hasn't done anything wrong, but he certainly was coming because he could feel, you know, the previous couple of shots that he's played, he's going to have to get himself back in the practice room and sort his queuing out, because now he's getting all the wrong shots that he's played, and you know, Mark in the background clearly wasn't prepared to try and come back to the table. Now he will be very much prepared to try and put this frame to bed and get himself through to a chance of, you know, taking those shots away. Should say, when it's not yours, it's not yours. Yeah, but at the same time, listen, it's, you know, you have to take those flukes, because just because he's missed the red like that doesn't mean that when Alan is going to be, you know, getting a fluke in his favour, it's not really going to be a sign that he'll miss that. So when the fluke comes in your favour, you have to take it, because you need to realise that across 33 frames, the match is more than likely to even itself out, and therefore you're going to have a decent opportunity to sort of leave it back down to your opponent to step back with a better performance when the fluke comes in their favour, which is what happened here to the extent. Now Markland is going to be ahead by 31 points, remaining on 59, and he's still going to have a very difficult line of taking the red away into the left corner. Make sure he's going to be having a chance to try and play for the pink here. Let's see if he's got a little bit of traction there, extra pace for the cue ball to roll on towards the pink. Now 32 points a gap, and it'll be very interesting to see on what's going to be here there to exploit on the pink to be taken into the right middle. Is he going to play this one with a little bit of backspin and try and get in behind the red? He certainly tried to do that. Was that will give him an earful later? Well, he'll be certainly down to just seeing what's going to happen, because for now it seems like he's completely out of his box, and he's completely out of his comfort zone as well. So he will be very much down to a shot on the pink to be taken. 39 points of a lead, and yeah, if you could try and take the pink away, that'll get you 45 points of a lead. Let's see if he's going to be able to have the angle to try and roll that cue ball in behind those reds on the left side cushion, and play that cue ball to be lined up for a shot into the green pocket. But Zad will give him an earful. Well, yeah, but listen, at this stage, you're going to have to make sure you get yourself into that dressing room, practice table, whatever it is, and you come out of there with a good performance to make sure at least you're going to have a lead to try and hold on to after the second session finish. Because if he finds himself behind, I mean, he could still find himself, as I say, the thing about losing out 4 frames on the bounce is that you could still find yourself behind by 10 frames to 6, which is incredible when he's been leading by 6 frames to 2. But I said it, unfortunately, Chris Wakelin for you, 6-2 he had a lead, maybe even 7-2, I can't remember what it was. 7-2 or 6-2 he had a lead against Wakelin, and he wasn't able to do anything with that lead, as now Alan gets a double in as well. So it's going to be, Yize doesn't have enough experience at this level, and he's showing, well, yeah, to be fair, it could be down to, but I feel like you don't really need to experience when you just start missing shots for nothing. All you need is a little bit of composure, and make sure that you are going to put yourself in a position where, you know, it certainly will come down to just playing some, not even a good shot, but a smart shot out there, which it won't be down to your opponent. So he's got no intention to try and stay any longer at this frame. And yeah, I understand him very, very well. In the end, he will be 6 frames each. So Yize loses 4 frames at the bounce, intermission of 15 minutes, and then he will come back and hopefully it'll be 2 players show rather than Yize leaving all the easy chances away for Mark Allen. Speak to you soon in 15 minutes time. Stay tuned in.
Like a Hellcat.
They'll be calling me, calling me. They'll be calling me royalty. Best to give me loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, calling me. They'll be calling me royalty. They'll be calling me royalty.
Hello everybody and welcome back. The intermission is now over in the second session of the semi-final number 2 in between Yize and Mark Cullen. Hopefully there is going to be plenty of energy in between the two players, as now there has been a massive change in what has been happening, as Yize had a 6-2 over lead ever since that first session, but now Mark Cullen has managed to come back all the way to make it back to a 6-all draw. Current session safety success 69%. 89% I should say, for Mark Cullen and 73% for Yize. Current session pot success, incredible low of 70% for Yize and 91% for Mark Cullen as well. Once again, Alan is the player that has got the advantage over the long pots as well, of 50 over 33, and current session highest break. The highest break in the entire tournament of 145 versus 51 there to be made, and 337 points that we have seen Mark Cullen to score versus 113 scored by Yize, and all of those to pretty much come in the first couple of frames. Even if Mark takes the 4 next frames, it's still possible for him to come back best of 33 as long, depends on how he's managing pressure and wrath. Exactly, but this is what, I feel like his biggest issue is that his mood can be dependent on how the first frame of the session is going to go, because we've seen that the longest frames, of course, have been the frames number 8 and 9, and now once again a bit of a weird shot there for him. He just can't afford to be making any more mistakes. He hasn't got any more frames in the bank, and right now it will be very much down to Mark Cullen to try and go for the red into the right middle and leave himself with an opportunity to try and go for the black to be taken into the right corner. For now, it'll certainly come down to a shot on the cue ball here to be taken. And yeah, he certainly can try. There's probably going to be just about enough of a gap there for him to squeeze that cue ball, to be positioning it very much close in relation to the black there. He's trying to open up a gap. Is that going to work for him? And the short and sweet of it is going to be no. He's trying to narrow the angle a little bit too much there, and in the end, it didn't really work out. It's basically gone straight into the red, which was hovering over the black. And now it'll come down to just a single point that he scores, and very much back down to the end. And yeah, the thing about the previous 4 frames, which you certainly have to mention, is going to be down to a decent opportunity for Yize to have blown out of the window. But ultimately, you probably have to say Alan just hasn't been giving him too many chances in the remaining 2 frames. Yes, there was an opportunity where we've seen Yize to miss out a black off the spot, but in the end, it's probably only fair to say you'll need to have to try and create his own chances rather than relying on what's going to be given to him by his opponent. And maybe it's going to be down to an intermission there to be in play, because if you're going to have, the starting point to this session was very much important for Yize, as he was unable to do anything with it. Now, he could potentially go for the red into the right corner, although he decides to try and play this one safe. Let's see what he's going to be going through his mind there. Just trying to drop that cue ball to be very close towards the black ball cushion. And in the end, he'll come down to back to Alan here to try and play a safety shot of some sort. It's going to be very interesting to see on what, Mark Cullen can actually achieve here in relation to, is he going to try and feel like there is going to be a certain possibility of him just trying to run away with this one? Or is he going to have to still very much make it a lengthy frame at the time? He's now looking for a red to be taken. I'm pretty sure he's not taking this one with a double, because the double opportunity is probably going to be close to him. Although it seems like it's going to be open, and it's going to be close. It's going to be really, really close, and he just about misses the red, and he's going to make it into the right middle of the pocket. Once again, a really good shot there by Alan, and he now manages to find himself to be the one, very much looking to try and get the black into the left corner. Let's see if he's going to have the opportunity to be taking a shot like that away. Obviously very much going to come down to a shot to be taken with a red to have played very much in behind of, trying to put that cue ball to be alongside the red onto the side cushion, and that was the problem. He didn't want to hit that red at all, and it still might be alright on the red to take it into left middle, but at the same time it'll probably be very much down to, but once again it was an interesting shot that he's played, and at the end the red makes it into the right middle and now allows him to be in there with a chance to continue the break here after the previous block that he's taken. Now still having a chance to go for the red into the left middle. Make sure he's going to have the opportunity of trying to get himself through to those reds to be taken on the blue as well here. But ultimately, this is the shot there. where he takes that cue ball around the table, and he's still going to be positioned very, very nicely on the top side of a blue, which depends on what the position he's going to bring at the right corner of the table. He may still have a decent opportunity to try and open up the scoring here in relation to those reds that we can see taken into the right corner. Once again, he's going to have the chance to try and play this shot with so much power that there is going to be an element of, not necessarily luck, but certainly an element of just having to go for it when the opportunity presents itself, because for now, it just seemed like he cannot miss a ball, and he's certainly getting that cue ball to come around the table and make sure he will be very much a red to be taken here into the right corner. Still going to have a chance to try and go for the black. Allen is so experienced compared to Wu, and that is going to be a point which I thought he's going to be a little bit more relevant in the first session, but, certainly it's not going to be the case right now. And, he's managed to overturn the first session deficit in 4 frames out there only, and now trying to be the player very much running out in front as well. Trying to be in front by 23 points right now. Still taking a red away into the left corner, now making sure he's got that cue ball to be covered up on the black, to be taken from the left side here as well, which is not an easy shot for you to take in normal circumstances, and probably this one is not going to be too much of a case here either, because if he plays this shot very much away from the black, it won't really help his case of trying to be on the collar. And right now, once again, he has done his bit of a cue movement at the end, but he seems to have played that shot pretty well. Still top side of a blue, and even though he had to change the color here, it doesn't really matter too massively to him, because he's going to have an opportunity to try and bring that cue ball down the table and position himself nicely for those reds to be taken into the left corner here once again. So it seems like nothing has really changed for him, and all back down to business, getting himself to try and take the black away into the right corner, and should still have the chance to try and play for the reds into the left corner. Of course, he will be very much dependent on what can he try and produce out of it. But with the previous century of 145 points, it was very much down to him and Zhao Xingtong to be the only 2 players so far from the century breaks of 8 and more. Of course, both of them sharing that number of 8s as it stands, and Shaun Murphy is now going to have 6 of those, as he's still going to be the only player of the top 5 that is still going to be very much running in the tournament, as now Allen is about to run himself slightly wide and out of position here. 38 points of a lead is not quite the gap that he wants to see. And now just having a look at the brown to be taken into the yellow spot, and he's going to have to try and make his way around those reds as well. So it won't be an easy thing to do, because of course you're going to have to try and take this one with so much pace that you bring that cue ball to keep on rolling towards those reds. So it's an important shot now for Allen. And let's see if he's going to try and make his way towards the left side cushion here. Played this shot with plenty of power behind it as well. And just try and make sure he gets that brown in and gets that cue ball to keep on rolling towards those reds. So he's left himself with a difficult shot now to try and produce, but at least he gave himself a chance to try and take this one away. So now 41 points of a break. It depends on, of course, if he's going to try and make this one sick, and down to 42 points here. Trying to go for the red into the right corner and make sure that cue ball is going to keep on running towards the red. Play that with plenty of power, and he certainly will be down to a great recovery shot. I mean, look at how tight that angle was with the red to be taken into the right corner, and he still allows himself to be on the top side of a blue and allowing to be taking a red away into the left corner. So play this one with a little bit of topspin again. Just play that close in relation to those reds, and then you get yourself an opportunity to try and make it right once again. Yize is still bottling well. For now, he's not doing anything wrong, and he probably just has to acknowledge that, you have to put it down to the first couple of chances that he missed in the first 2 or 3 frames, but ultimately after that, apart from the black, of course, in the previous frame, there wasn't really an opportunity which we've seen for him, so he'll come down to an opportunity not taken there, but right now, he'll probably be very much down to a chance of trying to go for the pink into the left corner. Play that cue ball with a little bit of topspin. Make sure he's going to be getting closer in relation to those reds as well. And just try and put it through those reds to be taken into the left corner. It's not a great shot there, but it seemed like it's the one which could still be putting him out of contention here for a while. Because now, if he's going to have a chance to be taking the red away into the left middle, that certainly will leave him with a difficult shot to be taken on here. I mean, he's got a plan, to be fair, which is considering to be taking on to the left corner. Well, the frame is not quite done here, and he puts himself in the position of trying to go for the red into the left middle. So he's got 3 chances, as I say. One as a double. Sorry, not as a double, as a plant into the left corner. Then he's got a red to be taken into the left corner. And then he's got a red to be taken into the green pocket as well. So it's very much going to be down to a decent opportunity there for Mark Cullen. And now, can he try and extend this break of 54 points to be heading a little bit more down to his favour? Because the problem with taking this red on is that if you miss it, of course, you leave yourself very much to be exposed on so many of those reds to be wide open out there. And Yize is going to be very much the player, which will be down the bottom ranking of that list, that you want to leave a position like that. So, probably the longest time taken on those shots since that hour-long worth of a frame. So we haven't seen Allen to be getting nervous so far. Let's see if this is going to be the real sign of that being the case. So is he going to try, take this red away towards the green pocket and basically position that white to be in relationship with those colours, so that if he leaves out a red, which he's trying to pot right now, he won't leave anything else apart from that red. So it still seems like he's stuck in 2 minds there, and that's a bad thing for him to be doing. So he seems like he just cannot make his mind up on what shot to play. 2 minutes since the previous time, the shot that he's taken. Now can he try and get this red in? He can. Is he going to be on the collar though? He's not quite perfectly on the black. But once again, it'll probably come down to the same short selection here, because he puts it down to whether he wants to try and take the pink away at the top part of the table, or he wants to try and take it with the black into the left corner. I have to go. See you for the next session. For the next session, Letitia. There won't be a night session. There will be a very much afternoon and a night tomorrow to finish off the quarterfinals, the semi-finals, I should say. Now 56 points of a lead. Can Allen try and take the black away? Of course, you know, the reds that he's playing for him are going to be lined up at the right corner, and he seems to have taken that red really, really well. Now, is he going to be lined up on the reds? And he will be down to a really nice message. Yeah, thank you very much, Letitia, by the way. I appreciate that message again. The 3 times that you've done that, and it's highly appreciative there as well. So just trying to go for the reds into the left corner. It does seem like he's going to be able to get through this shot, but looking for maiden title, looks like experience will win. Well, I'll tell you what, once again, I would probably, you know, give it the benefit of the doubt. For now, I wouldn't write Yize off just yet. He's close, as I say, especially with me, to try and write this one off. But if it comes down to a yellow to be taken into its own pocket, he'll probably be very much down to, you know, a frame, which there's not going to be a way to try and get out of, but there is a match of 4 sessions there that he does consist of. So, you know, if you're going to have a chance and an opportunity to try and close this one away in 3 sessions, it does seem like 6-2 down or not, it will be Mark Cullen that is trying to step out of the shadow of his former self. And, well, feel like the next frame is going to be very much a massive one here for Yize to try and do anything with it, because he's unable to do that. He'll find himself in the world of pain and trouble here again, because 73 points of a break and 74 points in general. It has been some really high scoring breaks though that we've seen from Mark Cullen, and you know, once again about to take it into a chance to make another century break here, going for a red into the left corner, and very much make sure he will be down to a red to be taken next to the black there into the right corner, which still allows him to be playing a shot like that. Making sure that he gets that cubble to keep on rolling towards the red into the right corner. Plays it with a little bit of backspin. Didn't want to be risking too much. And of course, he'd rather leave himself with a bit of a wider angle to try and take. And just in case he's still going to be lined up for the black to be taken into the right corner. So play this shot with some real power. And make sure he's going to have a chance to get that cubble to keep on running towards the right side cushion. And position himself nicely for the yellow to be taken into its own pocket. So 94 points of a gap now, and he's leaving himself nicely to try and take the yellow away off the left side. Make sure he's still going to be positioned nicely for the green here to try and make it a break of exactly 99 points. And then it's going to be down to a century break to be made. And then, of course, still a chance for a possible of 1-2-1 out there for Mark Cullen, as he gets himself through to a chance of going for the brown right now. 100 points that he scores. Once again, that's going to be 100 more points without any answer from Yize's point of view. And he doesn't seem to be looking too good for him at all. And yeah, now it will be down to a total clearance to be on the line, because the century is going to be out of the equation, as it is going to be a break of 100 points, 108 points here for Mark Cullen. And yeah, ultimately, it will be very much him that finds himself in the driving seat now and tries to put all that pressure to be back on Yize. It'll be a challenging frame to try and get out of here. But right now, it does seem like Mark Cullen is stealing the show here a little bit. And at 779 points, as he now leads by 1 frame out there. 7 frames to 6. Yize is a CJW of 2 years ago. Game. Well, listen, it's a similar one. I would say CJW was the ultimate level, where he was 14-7 clear. You know, it was midway through the session it happened as well, which, you know, hasn't quite happened with Yize here, but you feel like that could be very much a story in the making. He was in a semi-final. He was under similar circumstances, and, you know, Alan, one of the best on cue ball among the rest. Yeah, it is going to be very much down to that as well. So we're going to have to wait and see on what's going to happen, because I probably still say it will be down to a decent opportunity for him to try and make this one slightly further away from Yize. But if he's able to do that, then it should be very much nicely lined up for him to try and win the next couple of frames as well. For now, he doesn't seem to find himself in too bad of a position, and he's certainly going to try and take it down onto the next frame as well. So, just looking to try and take it down on those reds. Mark Cullen 10, Yize a 6 finish today, game over. Well, that's going to require him to win 3 more frames, which is possible after he's lost 3 frames previously, but ultimately it will come down to a decent opportunity to try and take it over and over again. But as I say, at some stage, you will see Yize to come back out of the dead out there and to certainly try and produce a better performance for himself. Whether that will be in this session or it's going to have to be a little bit later on. Once again, it's very difficult to say, but yeah, it still feels like it will be very much down to our ultimate showdown. You know, so let me just try and refresh the page, as the stream has gone a little bit laggy again. So 8 frames each. Well, I'll tell you what, Yize probably takes 8 frames each and just tries to make sure that he will certainly just come down to, you know, having a better line later on for him to try and achieve, as you know, he's going to be looking for. But at this stage, it probably is going to be down to a great chance for Yize to try and take this one over and over again. For now, as I say, it is the 14th frame that is about to get started, as let's have a look. The lights are getting in the way there of one of the players. So there's going to be a little bit of a delay there to the referee. Bit of an interesting interaction there, because you've got the referee to saying, please go ahead with the lights there. Mark Cullen saying they're potentially disturbing him, and okay, so yeah, apparently was just trying to see if the lights were on all the time, and it's the first time he's noticed that. It's the first time the referee has noticed that as well. So yeah, there's not going to be any issue with that, because that was very much the way every single time there. But sometimes, of course, you can just get stuck in the moment and leave out a chance over to your opponent. So is that something that Mark Cullen has done here? Because there's going to be a red within very close proximity of the left middle to be taking on. The question is, has he managed to get cover on the brown? And the answer seems to be positive for Alan, and very much down to a shot on Yize here to try and achieve, whilst playing those reds to be away from each other onto the left corner, and make sure he will certainly come down to a decent opportunity to try and take those reds far away from each other here. Whether that will be the case, it probably have to be the case on the next shot here though, because he's got a chance to try and take this red away. Well, that's an interesting way. Whether that was planned or not, certainly going to catch the referee unawares, and he will just about, couldn't see behind the referee's back. It seemed like he has touched the red, and he will be what seemed like a touch and ball out there for Mark Cullen as well. So in the end, it doesn't really win anything there, Yize. because it's still going to leave a chance for Mark to try and play this one away from those reds and make it down to a decent line on the bowl cushion to be taking on. So once again, just making sure, you know, when he's got the foot on the neck of the tiger, just has to make sure that he doesn't let go. And then that will be a tiger released out of the cage. This is going to be very dangerous, and he's seen that beforehand in the first session where it was very much down to 6 frames to 2. It could have been, well, even a little bit better for him. 7 frames to 1 was possible at one stage when he had 2-0 of a lead, but at the end stage it was down to 4 frames and a bounce when he was able to win against Mark Allen. Now it's going to be roles reversed, and it's Allen himself that takes a lead of 4 frames to 0, but Yize is going to be able to fluke a red away into the right middle. So let's see if that's going to be very important here, because he has got a couple of colours to choose from, but is he going to have a chance to try and continue the break here? I mean, that wasn't really the way that he was trying to hit that shot, although it seems like he was trying to get that red to be aimed towards the blue anyway. Whether he was trying to get that one in towards the blue or not, hits the brown quite well, and then it will be down to a break of a single point out there. I always heard that the tables can turn, and I feel sorry for the little man. Well, first of all, he's not really a little man, he's absolutely massive. Especially in relation to someone like Mark Allen, but ultimately he's not lost yet. It's down to 17 frames, not 7. So ultimately he's still going to have a chance to try and get that cue ball to be positioned onto the left side. So very much again, trying to get that cue ball to keep on running and make sure he's not going to be able to leave anything out away to Yize here. As it seemed like he's played a decent shot there, and ideally for him doesn't want to leave a touching ball either. So just play the shot with topspin. Make sure he's got that cue ball to keep on running towards the Blackwell cushion here, and seems to have done that pretty well. So now once again, it'll come down to Mark Allen to try and play a shot away into the top edge of the table, where he's going to have a decent line where, you know, if those reds do spread out away from each other, he'll certainly come down to a decent opportunity here for Mark Allen to try and make multiple things right there for himself. Just play the shot with a little bit of topspin and make sure he avoids the contact on the green, which he hasn't done there. So once again, just needs this frame, Yize there, to try and at least get close to, you know, the contention for Mark Allen. Whether he's going to be able to win it in the first time of asking is going to be a bit of a different story, but certainly seems like he's managed to, you know, try and get the opening phase of the frame out of the way, which is going to be an advantage here for him. Thinks it would be cool. Well, it depends on which side of the jaw you're going to be on. 10-6 for Yize is now not going to be possible, and of course 10-6 for Mark Allen is not really going to be too cool for him, as he now plays away into the green there, and a little bit of a shot into the side of the green doesn't really compromise him too much. And now it'll come down to another safety battle here to be done, and it will be very much down to a shot to be taken onto the right corner. And yeah, very interesting to see the situation of the cue ball here, because he's got the 2 reds very close to each other. They can try and take away into the left corner, but the question is, are they going to squeeze past the other reds and go all the way towards the pocket? The answer seems to be unsteady there, because it seems like it's very close. So if Allen does attempt to go for that, he needs to make sure the cue ball is going to be pinpoint behind the triangle of yellow, green and brown. And he needs to just try and make sure he's got some sort of safety in mind before taking a plan like that. And he's taken it. Well, he's sort of got stuck in between those reds. But the cue ball, as I say, he's going to keep on running towards the green and the brown. But is he going to reach the destination? Well, the answer is a little bit unsteady here, because you feel like the cue ball is going to be close to be seeing a red, which is a dangerous one towards the left corner. But is he going to be close enough so he can actually play that one away? It's going to be a bit of a different story here. And he's got a chance to try and get that red into the corner. It'll be very interesting to see if there is to be a reaction from Yize's point of view, because he's still capable of trying to turn this match around. It's only 7-6 down, but ultimately he needs to try and achieve that result now. Otherwise, he will be getting to a point of a little bit too late out there for him. And of course, especially since he had a 6-2 frames of a lead, looking to try and, you know, with the predictions, to be the player very much to end the session with a session to spare there. It doesn't seem like that's going to be happening now, because right now he probably has to win 11 frames in the bounce, which, you know, Alan's managed to achieve to a certain extent, but this red doesn't seem like it will stop in time, and it will stop exactly over the right middle pocket. Well, it's not a nice shot there. It's not a smart shot either, because he wasn't going to get anything out of it. All he had to do was to try and play that cue ball safe. He decided to try and put that red onto the side cushion, which hasn't worked out. And now Alan is going to be very much studying the position here, which is about to be his. If you take this red away, you'll be down to 1 point each. And a little bit surprised that he's trying to dig into the cue ball. That makes the red missable. And he's played that one really well, to be fair. He's absolutely hammered that red home. And you can see why he was trying to dig really deep onto the cue ball, because now he's going to be lined up for the black to be taken into the left corner as well. So he's having a line with what's happening at the top edge of the table. And it still doesn't seem like it's going to be that clear to realise on what the situation is going to be with the black. About to be taken into the left corner, because it's not an easy shot once again. You need to make sure that cue ball is going to keep on running from the left side towards the main area of those kind of reds, and he sort of missed them all. Well, he doesn't really want to miss them all there. Now let's see if he's going to be able to get through to the one in the middle. Try and take that one away into the corner, and make sure he will come down to a shot to be taken here. And that will leave Mark Allen in a better position than he is right now, because the black is still very much possible into the left corner. He probably won't be into the right part of the table though. And it does come down to a chance where you can sort of try and take the red away. But ultimately, it's going to be the shot which, you know, can see you lose a little bit here, as long as you don't lose too much on the cue ball position. Well, I mean, he's gone for a completely different red. Let's see if he's going to get the position here. And he can't miss at the moment, it would seem, because he's going to be perfectly lined up on the green. He's going to have a little bit of the angle as well. So let's see if he's going to try and take that cue ball to go all the way. Because as I say, for now, it just doesn't seem like he's got any sort of struggle with him. And of course, when that struggle arrives, you're going to have to make sure Yize is going to be just as clinical with those chances as we have seen Mark Allen to be with his ones. And Alan is playing like Murphy against Zhao. Unplayable, flawless for now. Yeah, agree with that. But as I say, as you say, for now, at what point does that stop? Is that going to stop today? Is that going to stop at 10-6? Because it's not really going to be good enough if you get yourself to be losing 8 frames to 0. It's probably playing like someone like Zhao Xington against Ronnie O'Sullivan, I would say, in the previous semi-final. That's exactly what's happening, by the way. Because you remember, there was a point where Ronnie was leading by 4 frames to 2 or 4 frames to 3 or whatever. Zhao Xington managed to win that 8th frame. So you feel like the first session is finished with 4 frames each, and then when the next session finishes, the scoreline was from 4-0 to 12-4. 8 frames on the bounce. Zhao Xington was able to win, and that was certainly the session that killed Ronnie, because he had left him with absolutely no chance. Even the final session, he only lost that one 5 frames to 3, but that was still enough because of how much he lost the second session by, and that was still enough to, of course, put him out of the semi-final equation completely. So, you know, if you take the second session away, all of a sudden, that's 9-7 of a scoreline, which is more than doable there for Ronnie, and it's a scoreline that he had against Higgins that, you know, John was able to overturn. So Ronnie certainly would have been a real threat in that, and a real asset in that sort of a frame, but that didn't really work out for him. And now it will come down to Mark Allen to try and do very much exactly the same story against someone like Yize here. Different style of play, of course, but at the same time, the results seems to be very much the same there, and really high value breaks that he's been showing here as well. Let's see if he's done enough here to try and keep that black away from being in the way of the cue ball here, and make sure that he's going to be able to get through to a red to be taken into the left corner. He's about to have a look at that, but you know, he seemed like very confident previously before the black was respotted, so doesn't seem like he's going to struggle with getting through to the red. Doesn't mean, of course, that he'll pot the red, but that certainly has meant it so far in this session, as he plays a very narrow shot on the blue again, so leaves himself with just about enough space to be seeing blue to try and take it towards the right middle here. So once again, a little bit down on the white. Make sure he's got the chance to try and take that blue away into the right middle. Play that shot with a little bit of backspin so that he's going to have a chance to get the red lined up into the left corner again. So right now, just knocking on the door there for every single one of those breaks to be heading in his favour. And once again, just getting through those chances very, very well. making sure that he's going to put himself in the position to be, controlling the flow of the frame pretty much from the get-go every single time there. And now, let's have a very quick look at the odds, because they certainly would have switched from what we've seen beforehand. Is Alan now about to go for the black into the right corner. Make sure he's going to be able to get on the red here as he plays that shot with plenty of power behind it, and still going to be nicely lined up on the shot to be taken into the left corner of the table. So then still lines up for the black now to try and take this one away. And now he's probably going to go for a plant attempting to the right corner, which seemed like it's an unmissable one, but we've seen plenty of plenty of fails with those type of things. In the end, it's not going to be a fail here. He plays the shot really, really well, and he's just going to have the black to be taken into the right corner here. So playing the shot with a little bit of power. Once again, making sure that he's going to get his way past the red. And this time around, it seems like he is going to blink. And the black is going to be missed there. So it could be a chance for Yize. Although, of course, the black is now going to cover the entire pocket. And ultimately, it will come down to a missed opportunity there for Alan. And you can see with the background, the audience certainly knew that was going to happen as soon as he hit the front jaw. Now it will be still down to a safety here in what could be a very lengthy frame from now, because it will be very much down to Yize to come back to the table and have a really nice opportunity, if he is presented with a chance, to try and take this frame away from Mark Cullen. For now, doesn't seem like that will be the case, and he's going to have to try and find himself in a position of taking the red away into the left corner. I was playing the shot with plenty of topspin behind it as well. So just having a look at the position, because if he tries to take that red away, I mean, the only red that he can leave to Yize because of the black covering the right corner is the one that he's actually playing for. So it won't be the worst case scenario if he does mess up that shot and he leaves that red to be very much available for him. But of course, as long as he doesn't leave the same red available to him. So for now, he's gone for it and he's missed it. And of course, that red was always going to bounce away from the pocket. And that's exactly what Alan was trying to achieve with that. Even though he missed that red, he still doesn't seem like he's put himself on the back foot by an inch. And the only thing that might cause him is that, of course, Yize may still try and take that cue ball very much on a journey towards the top end side of the table. And that will lead him with a chance to try and take it away there with a safety battle. But once again, you just feel like sometimes he will need one frame to get himself very much back into a chance here with contention. But at the same stage, he'll probably be a very much a different story there if Alan just keeps on winning very much until the end of the session, which could happen. I'm not saying it's very likely to happen in terms of the odds, but at the same time, if he finishes the session 10-6, pretty much he's got half of the job done, if not more of it. As now Alan sends his blood there. He's trying to go for all the aggressive shots that he was refusing when he was down in a couple of frames. Now, of course, he came out here to play with a bit more aggressive snooker at the starting point, and it certainly has worked out for him at the opening stage of the match when it comes to the restart. And the 9th and 10th frames, well, not really the 10th frame. The 10th frame was anything but attacking, but at the end stage, the 9th frame certainly was. And now it's going to be a chance here with Yize to try and take the red away, very much once again with a thinker. Make sure that you're not going to be anywhere near the black. And he's done that, and he's done that really well, to be fair. He's got a little bit pacey, which suggests that he's played that shot a little bit too thin on the edge. And also at the same time, he's going to be down to a chance here for Yize to try and get Mark Cullen into a little bit of trouble. Once again, I wouldn't say he's going to be under all sorts of pressure here, because he's still got a nice little corridor off the right side cushion that he can just try and hug it out very much until the end point. Whether that's going to be the case or not, we'll have to wait and see on that one. For now, plenty of power behind it. And once again, just the problem with those type of frames is that they genuinely could last forever. And lasting forever usually means in favour of Mark Cullen here, because he's going to have a chance to do exactly the same thing that he's done in the 9th and the 10th frame. Just wear him down completely and, make sure that even if he gets a chance, the position is not going to be good enough for him to try and take it away. For now it is. But once again, you're about as far off getting a chance away as you can be in a snooker table, because of the main action here. He's going to be heading on very much close to the right hand side of the table now. Once again, Yize is taking a bit of a narrow line there. Needs that cue ball to go in behind the green, and he has done so in relation to all the dangerous reds that he had. So now back to Mark Cullen here, trying to go for that thin shot on the edge. and make sure that he will be playing the shot with, just a little bit of right-hand side. Make sure that he's going to be avoiding the contact point with the jaw of the pocket. And of course, needless to say, it doesn't need to be taking it any closer to the black than he can. So play that one with, once again, a little bit of pace. I say a lot of pace. And ultimately, you never want to be showing the left-hand side here just because of a safety play. But at the same time, it will be down to... Right, so, listen, if you're gonna do it one more time, I'll just block you and I'll forget about you in no time. Because you have to show respect to Yize. He has managed to have a bit of a slow campaign, I would say, but it doesn't really matter anything right now because he's still got himself right back in the mix. And if he wins one more frame, he's going to be right back in the mix here as well. And although he just hasn't played some great snooker recently, now he needs that cue ball to keep on running in behind the green. For now, that doesn't seem to be the case. So that will certainly come down to a shot on the red here to be taking on. And yeah, decent opportunity here for Mark Allen. Could have been there had the red gone past the blue. And in the meantime, of course, he's still going to have a chance for Mark Allen to try take the red away into the left corner. But now it's going to be way too difficult of a cut for you to be taking on. Once again, a little bit closer there to the black than you would have liked to see. But ultimately still had a little bit of a distance in between the black and the cue ball at the end. Apologies. Now it'll be down to Yize to try and go for a shot onto the... once again, it's all down to the right-hand side of the table. If you get yourself to the left side, that's fine, but that doesn't really leave you with anything else out there to play. It probably leaves you with a safe free shot in relation to, you're not really taking any risks out there when you take the reds in towards the right part of the table, because you will come down to the black pretty much blocking the 95% of the pocket out there. So for now... it's going to be another chance here for Mark Allen. He's done this before, but he's gone for the reds, which was a bit of a risk-free shot for him. Can he see an opportunity now to try and do exactly the same thing? Because the red is going to be possible. Once again, there's not going to be any gap that Yize can go for, apart from maybe a red into the left middle. But you certainly have to do something with this red. Whether he's going to try and cue this one into the pocket, we'll have to wait and see. The answer is about to be known. It's not easy to try and play those type of shots, especially if he's going to be down to, trying to play them into the front jaw, which is what he was trying to avoid. But in the end, once again, he plays that shot really in a smart way there, because he realises that Yize can't respond with anything. And he makes you feel really bad as well, because you realise your opponent is the one that is getting all those chances to try and go for the red along the cushion. And inevitably, at some stage, you'll be able to get one of them in. But Yize can't do anything about it, because the only way for him to respond is to take a risky shot away, which is exactly what Allen wants. So it's a bit of a, it's a close circle for him, and he can't do anything with it, apart from, of course, trying to stay patient and make sure he's going to be another one of those hour-long frames where you're not going to have anything else but to knock the reds towards the left and the right part of the table. But is there going to be a chance for Allen to try and go for a long red now? Because if it feels like if he can go for it now, and he's going to be able to try and pot it, well, he's gone for it, he's missed it. Once again, he just keeps on knocking on the door, and look at what he's left to Yize, absolutely nothing. I mean, this is the most dangerous place for you to be on the snooker table, where you can see your opponent just attempted 3 long reds. Yes, he's missed all 3 of them, but that doesn't get you anywhere closer towards your goal of even, based off of this frame, where you try and get yourself through this struggling phase of losing 5 frames on the bounce, and very much making it down to him to be the man to be struggling. And inevitably, of course, he's going to try and get even more of those reds to be in open play, but doing that towards the right side cushion doesn't really help him, because he doesn't really have any more of a gap than Mark Allen's got available to him in relation to the way that those reds are going to be lined up nicely towards the corner. But it doesn't really matter if you're going to have the blacks to be covering that corner pocket. So once again, 34 points is the lead, as has been for a while, and 91 points is still very much at the table here. So 3 hours since the session has started, and still absolutely no sign that he's going to be ending any time soon, with 3 more frames, this one included, there to be played. Let's see if Allen's going to try and make an advantage here of himself by trying to go for the reds into the right corner again. He wasn't trying to do that now, and let's see if he's going to get that keyboard to keep on rolling towards the pink, towards the green, I should say. It hasn't really happened, so Is there going to be a chance for Yize to try and go for the reds into the left corner? Because the thing about it, Mark Cullen can stay here forever. Is that going to be something that Yize is happy to do? Or is he going to have to try and go for something aggressive? And very much make it down to an advantage there for himself. So 3 more frames, as I say. But it feels like this one is going to be very much down to, you know, the same story as what happened in the 10th frame. But he seems to have taken himself a step backwards there. And needs to try and realise he's going to have to try and play every single one of those shots safe that he can. And realising that he's not going to be able to try and pot. But now gets the brown to be even further out of the way. So inevitably, there is going to be a resolution where we get all of those reds to be right over the black. And then inevitably, the only way for you to play a safety is by putting the black there. And that's going to make the resolution very much possible there for the players. But of course, until that point, it's still down to a safety play like this. And it's down to whoever gets, you know, the first chance to try and open up those reds. But ultimately, just trying to push one of them to be over the left corner, which of course nobody wants to be doing now. And it's exactly why the position is going to be in the state that it currently is. So now 34 points of a lead for Mark Cullen, and still Yize is going to have his hand in his hand slightly, because just looking at the way that he's got those 2 red, the problem is, of course, he doesn't want to be the player that puts the black anyway. Even if he puts the cue ball safe, there's going to be a foul. So if he puts the cue ball safe, you could ask, you know, the player to be playing from that position there where they put themselves. So it's a no-win situation for Yize. So, you know, taking a necessary risk to be taking a plant away towards the black, and even if it's going to be in any relation of close proximity, it'd be very much down to a bit of a problem for that to be the case. For now, he's about to take a really risky red away, and unless he's going to fluke it, it does seem like this is going to be a potential chance away for Mark Cullen, but he does somehow put that red to be safe, which is really fortunate for him, because you feel like at this position, especially if you're going to be Mark Cullen that does it, then it'll be down to a decent opportunity here to be taken, trying to go for the red away, and you know, make sure he's going to have a chance to try and go for the red into the left corner here as well. So then top spin needed, and at the same time, it'll probably be down to a shot to be taken here on the left corner. If this match runs overtime with the next match, Murphy was Higgins to start late. It depends. It depends, because you are going to have a certain schedule for it, because he should right now probably finish exactly at 7 o'clock. So they may have to call this one to end a little bit early, and at the same stage, it may actually be very much a strategy for Yize to try and make it down to the next session. I mean, if this session was to finish 7-all, I'd say he takes it, but of course, it's not quite the way that it works. It'll be down to the referee's judgment call, and this is interesting, you know, by the way, because there is going to be a red right over the black here. So what does Yize do here? Is he going to try and squeeze that red past the black with no power at all, make sure he got that pace, you know, exactly spot on? I feel like, to me, once again, it's only one angle that I'm being shown right now. To me, it's not worth to be taking on, because if you touch the black before touching the cushion, you get yourself to be very much eliminating all your hopes out there. So now it'll be down to Yize to clearly make his mind up that he's going to have to play a shot from the left side cushion. Make sure he's got that red to be cannoned by a minimal touch, and he hasn't done that. So let's see if it's going to be meaningful at all. It won't be, in relation to just 4 points to be given away to Mark Cullen, and the cue ball to go back exactly where he was. But of course, if the same thing to happen twice, then it will be a different story there. So for now, it is going to have to be a judgment call for the referee to say that clearly there is going to be a way for him to hit a red full ball. So it seems like you can see a little bit too much of it here, but he's happy with it. So yeah, it'll be just down to referee of the VAR to check this one as well. Yeah, as I say, I feel like you could not see so much of that red. So let's see where that cue ball is going to go, whether it's going to go in relation to it. So still checking, but because of their checking so clearly, let's have a look at what the situation is going to be. So the green, yeah, I mean, to be fair, it's getting further away from the green. which is not really what you want to see out there. So that's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong, that is, and that's a mistake from the referee. That's a mistake. It should have gone the other way. And that could be costly for Yize, you know. I mean, it could be costly for Mark Allen, I should say, because he left him with way too much room out there. That's a bit of a mistake from the marker, I would say. That cue ball should have gone towards the green and not further away from it. I mean, it is a judgment call, but I disagree with that one. So Allen had right there to be unhappy without it, because, you know, it was down to a chance for Peggy Lee, the marker, to correct Marcel Edgar to say the cue ball should have actually gone towards the green and not towards the green pocket. But listen, it's a judgment call, as I say, and he wasn't going to make a huge lot of difference. And, well, I say that, Allen right now is going to lose 6 points away, and it's going to be a ball in hand as well. So it's all happening at this stage of the frame, and 32 points of a lead now for Mark Allen. What can he try and achieve with this particular red to be taken into the left corner? Because for now, it does seem like he's going to have to be put back here as himself, and very much put it down to the pink to be respotted now in his case scenario as well. So as I say, if he carries on like this, I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see the end of the session to be as planned. So it could well be very much ending with just 15 or 14 frames to be played. But of course, it will be down to one of those factors to come in a little bit later on. For now, still, there is going to be a certain check there to be heading here. So a chance to try and take the cue ball away. And once again, it's just down to the respot of the pink and the cue ball. Seems to be taking a little bit of time there, which is never too great. And yeah, the pink should be pretty much in a good spot. The cue ball not so much out there as well. Blue, no, I warned you. That's going to be enough. You're going to be gone. You're going to be gone for that. And yeah, once again, the cue ball is not going to be too close to the pink here, so he's going to have to try and put this one closer towards those reds. So now a chance to try and be very much covering that red there with the pink. So it's going to be an interesting shot there, because of course Allen felt like he could see that red. That's the reason why I was playing that shot. I mean, that's another huge mistake, that is. And I'm not sure if Allen is going to swallow that one, but that's another huge mistake. He shouldn't be playing from there. And he's going to have foul. Nah, that's wrong, you know. That's really, really wrong. And he's going to have a free ball potentially available as well. I don't know what happened there, but that should not have been put where he was. Sorry, that's 6 points to Yize here, but that's not the placement of what the cue ball was previously. So, yeah, I mean, that's very unfair on Allen, I would say. And the fact that he had to play that shot twice, yeah, he will have to try and put this one back in again. So, I mean, Allen's not going to be happy with it, but at the end point, he doesn't really know about the whole situation there. So, yeah, it does seem like we're not going to be playing the 16 frames if it's going to go like this. But I'm really worried about how that cue ball is changing direction every single time there. I mean, it's going further and further away. And right now, it's not going to be anywhere near the position that he finds himself with. So, finally, they've given the referee the image, which hopefully would just put him to have a chance of putting those reds exactly where they were as well. And make sure he will be very much down to a chance of putting that red exactly where he was. So now the pink doesn't really have to be touched out there, so it's just going to be down to the red to try and move slightly towards the referee here. And then he will come down to, well, very much the cue ball to be done the same thing as well. So 26 points right now is going to be the lead for Mark Allen. Once again, the remaining point of 91 doesn't really change here, and it will come down to a decent chance here for Mark to try and re-establish the position previously. Yeah, I mean, Hendry's not been the biggest friend of Mark Allen, but I'll be honest with you, I agree with Hendry there. I mean, as soon as that black, and basically what he's saying there, as soon as that black corner over the right corner, I mean, it was always going to happen that the frame was going to drag on for another hour. And that's not something that should be happening as well, but, you know, Mark Allen right now is going to find himself in a position of trying to... So the red is going to be lined up there. Mark Allen seems like he can easily play the shot of this red. So for now, it just seems like he's not going to be able to do anything with it. I mean, it's not perfect, but once again, well, he's now got to hit the red now, of course, because you can see plenty of those. So let's see what's going to happen here with Mark Allen. He can't afford to miss this one. Now then, he's got it. Where's the cue ball going to finish? He's going to finish somewhat safe. And in the end, he's played the right shot there. So in the end, after all that, he will be down to Mark Allen that has done it under a little bit of pressure at the end. You know, having to hit the shot from the third time. Now he will be very much down to a shot to be taking on here. 26 points is the lead for Mark Allen. So we're going to have to wait and see what's going to happen here in relation to the red. That Yize is going to try and aim towards the paint. Once again, similar to the one that, you know, Mark Allen was trying to go for previously. But now we are getting closer and closer to try and make contact with the black. He's now going to be surrounded by 5 more reds to be taken. Mark's still having a look to see what the situation is going to be with those reds. And but at the end, he decided to play a bit of a risky shot here because he's clearly going to try and take this one slightly further to the left and just make sure he plays it as one shot at a time. It doesn't feel like, you know, he's trying to create a lot of trouble for his opponent. It's just down to making sure he covers up the right-hand side there. I mean, there may be a sign of the red to be taken into the right corner. So 33 minutes is the frame time here. And you are going to have to try and go for a chance to be taking the red into the corner pocket. So still, I would say you will be down to a decent opportunity for either one of the players to try and do it. But right now, it's Yize that plays a bit of an aggressive shot there, plenty of power behind the cue ball. Now, has he managed to get cover? He hasn't really. So this is the first chance in a while that Mark Allen can actually try and pop the reds into the left corner. And, well, of course, put himself in a position to try and take this one away. Last spot time, 32. I'm pretty sure that's wrong. I mean, you can't have the frame time to be over 33 minutes, and then the last spot time has been 32 minutes ago, which is, you know, a little bit weird to say the least. But ultimately, it's been a while, that's for sure. And now Allen, is he going to try and go for this red? Well, it didn't really seem like that way. And still trying to get that cue ball to be lined up in behind the brown. Well, this is going to be a very different safety shot there for him to play. And this could be the time that the stalemate is actually going to get broken to a certain extent. Because now Allen is going to have the 3 most dangerous reds for him to be covered up, it would seem. And can you see the left corner of the red next to the blue, though? Because it's still a dangerous thing for him to be doing, to try and send that one away, because of how close the cue is potentially going to go towards the right corner. And ultimately, he seems to have played that one really, really well. Let's see where the cue ball's going to finish as well. And it's a decent shot. I wouldn't actually say that he's played that one too well, because there's still going to be a red available for Mark Allen to try and take it into the left corner. Whether he's going to have to try and go for that one now, have to wait and see, but he needs to judge the power well. Otherwise, he'll be able to risk to put that red over the corner pocket. And, well, there is going to be a mistake, but can Yize get through to this red to be taken into the left corner? It's going to be an absolutely massive point in the frame. No, I'm not sure. And I don't think that he can get through to the paint. No, he can't. Well, the red is not going to be heading into the left corner unless he tries to play that shot with the swerve. Allen got really lucky out there in the previous time of asking, catching that jaw off the right middle pocket. And yeah, it does seem like the gap to 26 points just, you know, potentially getting slightly on the nerves there of Yize at some stage. For now, he's trying to remain calm, but Let's see how long he's going to be able to sustain that calmness before eventually just having to go for one of those risky attempts and leaving himself exposed to the threat of Mark Allen to be killing the frame completely away. So still having a decent chance to try and go for the red to be pushed over the black ball cushion. And if he's going to have an opportunity to try and take that black away, then of course he will be down to doing that from a collar. Of course, otherwise you're going to have a risk of messing up the position of those reds as well. For now, he's just trying to take it carefully towards the black. I mean, that wasn't really carefully, but at the end stage, he got the result that he wanted. And now he's going to be down to 2 more reds on the left side of the table, which Yize has got available to him. And at the same stage, he'll be very much down to a decent opportunity here for either one of the players. And it was clearly 7-3 just now. So slow. Well, to be fair, it is slow, but, also come down to a chance for Yize to try and get 2 more reds to be closer towards the right corner. He got one of them to be a lot closer to the right corner pocket. Now, let's see where the cue ball's going to finish. He's going to get around the green. Last spot time, 25 minutes. That seems to be a lot more accurate. But, of course, last spot time for Yize was 32 minutes ago. So that's he's going to make sense a little bit more. Now, what can he try and achieve of this red Allen? Is he going to just try and play a safety shot as if it was a normal shot for him? Or is he going to try and hit this one very much thin on the edge and make sure he puts it closer towards the right corner? And he just about got the contact on it. Now, where's he going to have that cue ball to be planted? And he's going to have it planted in behind the green to a good extent. So, this seems like we're getting a little bit closer here to try and have some sort of resolution. But once again, no real chance of seeing what's going to happen here in relation to those reds to be taken. Still, it's a chance as Yize, well, he's left him an opportunity there with Mark Allen. Is he going to try and take a chance with going for the red into the right corner or even into the right middle to be considering of here? But yeah, it will be very much down to a very important shot now to be played, because he needs to bring that cue ball away from those reds as far as he can and ultimately just put it down to, trying to get the cover in behind the green or the collar of any choice for him as well. Just needs to make sure he covers up the right part of the table, and he's sort of done that, but I'm not sure if he's done that to great extent. Whether Yize is going to have a chance to just try and roll up to those reds or not, it'll be very interesting to see. But at the same stage, it does probably come down to a decent opportunity to be taken as well, as he tried to force those reds to be heading towards the corner. But now, Mark Allen's going to have to do the same thing here. Because, well, is he going to try and go for the red into the corner? I mean, there is going to be just about enough pace on that red to just try and drop it in behind the black and put it closer towards the right part of the cushion. I mean, he's thinking about it now, but probably gone so far that he won't want it to be taking a shot like that. They haven't been able to score a single goal in, so yeah, around something like half an hour. I mean, yeah, you still have to be so precise with those type of shots. And now we're getting to the point where he's going to have to be. And, well, it's an interesting shot selection because he may still backfire on Mark Allen, because there is going to be a potential chance there for Yize to try and finally squeeze the red into the right corner. I mean, he's going to have a look at it, whether the black is going to be getting in the way or not. You feel like if he plays a shot like that, he's going to get him through this phase, whether he's going to be as a winner or as a loser, because if he puts the black, it'll be down to his opponent to have the turn, and he will be very much down to an opportunity here as well. So, yeah, very interesting to see and what's going to happen here, because we've been waiting for so long, but it does seem like Yize is just going to try and give a nudge towards those reds, so we're going to be waiting even more time. Still, no resolution there as it stands. And potentially an opportunity to, you could argue a re-rack is going to be possible, but, the problem with this position, though, is that I wouldn't really say there's a way for you to get out of here. That's the biggest problem, unless you try and go for the risky shot. So let's see what's going to happen. And he's just trying to get that cue ball away from those reds. But once again, oh, I mean, has he left the gap? Has he left the gap onto the right rail to try and take that red away? It's going to be quite interesting to be watching that, because now Yize is going to have a look at it. I mean, he needs to try and go for it, but even if he does go for it, I mean, the situation with the black here is that even if he does spot this one in, he's going to have to play this one with real power to try and get the black out of the corner, because the black is just going to stay there. And unless he's going to be able to land a mighty snooker behind or something, then it's going to be very much down to, well, this is desperation, I feel like. He could be the one to kickstart his campaign. Has he played this well enough? He hasn't. And he's probably going to be down to, well, the audience are applauding. I'm not sure he will be down to applause. He may be down to, I'll stay here for a while. And when I say a while, it could be down to never that we get out of this situation, and the only solution is the re-rack. You know, you're going to have to try and take the red away towards the right corner. But, I mean, this situation now, it's impossible to try and do anything here apart from potting the black. So if that's what you're waiting for, you're going to have to wait an awful lot of time. And ultimately, yes, Alan does find himself in some sort of an advantage here, because he's going to be the one rolling the cue ball away from those reds and blacks. But at the same time, I feel like he will be very much down to Mark Cullen to try and do something about it, because, of course, he's the one having the lead. So, yeah, well, is he going to just try and get a couple of those reds to be at the left part of the table, so we're going to have to go through the whole cycle again? Or is he just going to try and play this one very carefully on the thin side of it? And, well, he has got one of those reds away. But, of course, that's a problem for him, because that makes it a potential target there for Yize as well. Now, that's not good enough, unfortunately. It's taking longer than usual. Well, tell that to me. And if he's going to have a red to be taken in towards the right corner again, unfortunately, there has not been an intention to try and resolve this situation. And yeah, Alan is the one that, I don't really understand why referee's not calling for a re-rack, to be honest with you, because Alan is the one that has got more points. I'm very surprised that the referee hasn't done anything here, to be fair, because how on earth, like, he's seen that position. Surely you can't get past the black. The only way for you to try and do something is going to be down to potting the black. You can't expect them to pot the black, because they won't do that in ages. I mean, that's, to me, I don't really understand why the referee hasn't stepped in at all. It's a really bad call because of how much things has gone on here, but ultimately, look at the position of those reds. He's got absolutely nothing to try and get ourselves through, and Alan is trying to get you behind the brown, but even that, I'm pretty sure he won't really change the whole thing here. I mean, he's managed to get the snooker here, but at the same time, he'll be very much down to, a huge area, and as long as you don't misjudge the power, it will be down to Yize to just try and, play the shot in a decent traction. And if he plays that one from the left side cushion, he's got no chance of missing a contact point in the reds, and he's just down to justifying the power. And to make sure they didn't catch the pink here as well. So let's see. The cue ball is going to be close to those reds, but in the end, he won't reach them. Once again, he'll be 4 points to Mark Cullen. 30 points is the lead here, but don't really understand what you're trying to do here. 30 points is the lead. 91 at the table. We've got no chance of getting through this stage with him giving 60 more points of foul shots. It's just not going to happen. He's just going to play the shot with a little bit more power. He knows what to expect. And yes, he might have misjudged that one again. No, he hasn't. So it's a good shot there. And he could well be down to, yeah, the problem is, this is absolutely unresolvable for me, because apart from you dropping the black, you can't do anything else with it. This is the thing. I don't understand the referee here. You can't do anything else to stop this position. If you pot a red here, if you pot a red now, it doesn't change anything. You can't get through to the black. I genuinely don't understand what's going on here. I mean, what are we trying to achieve here? You can't pot the black without committing a foul shot. You're not going to be able to get through to those reds. All you have to do right now is to do the exact opposite of what happened beforehand. not sure what the interaction was with the referee. I mean, I'm going to have to... Let me just try and watch that one back. Yeah, okay, it was someone from the crowd. I thought it was someone from the commentary or someone from the assistants now there. And meanwhile, I was trying to listen back to it. It hasn't changed anything. Alan still hasn't played the shot. And I genuinely do wonder. I mean, whoever's in charge of this one, if it's a referee, then I don't understand what's happening here. I mean, why on earth are we not getting a re-rack here? 30 points or not, I don't care if it's 30 points. We're not going to get anywhere before potting the black. And obviously, Yize is not going to be insane to pot the black. I mean, I just don't really understand out there what we're going to get here. Because even if you pot one red, the problem is, you could say, if you pot a red here, then you get somewhere. Where are you going to get? The black is still going to be over the pocket. You can't get through to the red. I mean, that's absolutely laughable. I mean, last pot time, 35.5 minutes. What have we been doing for 35.5 minutes? This is getting ridiculous and out of hand. I mean, that's what he sort of tried there, and that's about as close as you're going to get. But once again, Alan is trying to do something there, but the problem is, you can't blame Yize for not having to do anything here, because he doesn't have to. He's got 30 points to try and protect in relation to the gap to his opponent, so that, you know, just carefully makes the contact with the reds. I mean, I do genuinely think about what is the referee thinking about what we're going to achieve here. Pot the black. You're really going to expect the players to do that? Well, it's bizarre what's happening here. He's trying to get closer and closer there. So Alan is clearly realizing that it does smell very much of a re-rack. But the problem is, you know, I'm shocked to see what Yize has lost 5 frames in a row. He has, but I mean, I'm a little bit more shocked to see what's happening here. Is there going to be a point where Alan just tries to play those reds away from each other now? I mean, he's got the line. If he takes that cue ball behind off one of those colours, there'll certainly be some way to try and resolve this one. But he hasn't. And even though there is distance, well, I mean, you're not going to get more frames, by the way. I'm just saying, this should be the, well, certainly the penultimate frame. Well, that's, I mean, you can just do that all day. That's the problem. I'm going the audio because I'm just listening where the referee's going to say anything, but the way they play, they're truly ruining my day. I don't want to follow this match anymore. Hey, listen, I ain't going to blame you. I understand everything, every point, but this is not what you pay to play snooker. I'll be honest with you. And that's just, yeah. There's nothing else for you to say. I'm just following because, you know, at some stage there is going to be a point where you just have to, you've been watching this one for long enough so that you're going to have to just see what's going to happen here at the end. But I genuinely have got absolutely no hope that this is going to get resolved. And I do mean that as well. Because there is going to have to be a stage where the referee does call for a re-rack. But, I mean, I do wonder why that stage hasn't appeared for now. There may be a bit of a positive here for Mark Cullen as he has managed to cover up the reds from the direct contact, but still there's going to be a shot into the right side cushion, although it's going to be a little bit pacey there. And still no resolve. And a nice shot that he's played there, Yize, to be fair, because he's managed to get those reds even closer towards the black. I hope to be able to watch this farcical match on YouTube. Well, if you do, make sure you get a sleeping bag with you, because it'll take a time. It'll take an awful lot of time for you to try and get this one up. Well, of course, the problem is on the commentary, like the players are not going to be looking at each other because they're very much trying to compete with themselves, but the referee should do something here. I mean, Alan is trying to find that space once again where he'll send the red, but the bunch is too big. Like, the bunch is way too big here. Managed to make it a little bit smaller here, but, well, he's still going to... No, that's not good enough. That's still going to be a way to try and play a careful shot towards those reds. And, yeah, the thing about this one is that he's getting beyond ridiculous points. 40 minutes, we haven't potted a red. I mean, I am just about to start shouting, ref, what are you doing? What are you doing, ref? This is what you hear. This is what you hear. What are you doing, man? Why are we sitting here for 40 minutes having to watch the play backwards and forwards, trying to roll up to those reds, trying to play backwards? And you can see Alan is trying to do his best, by the way, but he's got no right to try and continue to be competing here. The referee should have stopped this ages ago. Like, the resolution was always going to be down to trying to get more of those reds in, but what are you trying to achieve? Even if you drop the black in, you'll be far from an ideal situation to try and separate those reds away from each other. I mean, that's just, well, very, very interesting to see. And what Yize is going to try and do here. But for him, he needs to make sure the session is over with as few frames as he can be for him. So just try and make a contact towards those reds. He's played that well. Yeah, I feel like it's probably going to come down to this frame to be the last one after the re-rack, because you can't literally delay it even longer. I mean, Alan is still trying to get that cue ball to keep on rolling towards the yellow. It's a good effort, that. This one is finally a good effort. But Yize still seems like he's very much keen on trying to make this one out. But once again, what is he going to be down to? Because the cue ball, he's going to find the target. It's not going to be anywhere near those reds. And once again, there's a chance. Be interesting for all blocked. Well, I'll tell you what. The referee's so busy trying to keep the audience to calm down, but I mean that he's gonna have to be very busy to try and keep me from trying to remain me calm down, because that's. I mean, at what stage are we genuinely getting out of hand here? I mean, is that what people came here to watch? It's a genuine question. I'm not even talking about people that are watching on the TV. We could always just flick the channel on. And I would, if I could, I promise you, if I wasn't streaming on this one, I wouldn't be watching anymore. That's a promise. Because I genuinely... So once again, very thin shot on the right-hand side. And once again, back to Yize goes. I mean, I genuinely would say, promise to you, Yize is getting the benefit of this. Because he's had a nightmare session. And he may still be only having 5 frames to be having into this single session as well. There's plenty of energy in some of the fans. This is a waste of my day. Hey, listen, you're telling this to me. I mean, you can just turn around and go. I have to stay here until the end of this frame. I mean, that's a punishment for a crime. I don't even know when I've done. I thought it tasted good after winning 6-2 yesterday. Well, I don't know what, but it certainly doesn't taste good now. Now, listen, it's... How much time, genuinely, like... How much time? Let's have a look. Let's have a poll. Come on, we can do the poll. How much time? There we go. Should we have a re-rack? Very simple. Right now, live. So Gav gives the turn back to Mark Cullen. And still trying to get it closer towards the left side cushion. This is this boring, just like watching my original Sound London Football Club Arsenal. It's so boring. Well, listen, I tell you what, Arsenal is not as bad as this. I'm a Liverpool fan, but I tell you what, Arsenal is better than this. I mean, there's nothing that is going to be worse than this. And I'll tell you that for free. Now, 30 points of an advantage here for Alan, but that's not going to be worth anything when you've got 91 at the table. And I do want to just ask that referee if I could. I promise you I would do it. I'm not sure if it's getting out of hand, and the audience are just applauding every single time something goes on, but, you know, just checking his watch. I mean, I do want to know if he gets paid by an hour, because he may just try and get a bit of a paycheck. I honestly don't understand what we're doing here. And how long is this going to take before an obvious thing? Yeah. I mean, he's lost the audience right now as well, because they're now clapping to try to take the mic away, because they clearly understand that this is not going anywhere. I mean, that's a joke. In the World Championship semi-final, by the way, if it happens in your local club, that's fine, but in the semi-final of the World Championship, that is an absolute farce. Session time, 3 hours. And that's pure playing time. I mean, how long since we started? 3.5 hours. I'll tell you what, this is going to get really, really far, I'll tell you. Thank you, by the way, for everyone watching. I genuinely feel like it was just very curious with what's going to happen there. I mean, the referee trying to prevent audience from cheering. I mean, what are they supposed to do? I'm genuinely getting so frustrated with this referee, I promise you. Yeah, anyway. What are your opinions on Biggie Lee? No. I feel like every single one in the audience knows that it should be a re-rack, but we're just getting through to a zone where the only person that doesn't know it is the one that's supposed to make a call. I mean, I don't really understand. Yeah. Anyway, what do the commentators say? They're saying, just do it. Well, I mean, that's just getting out of hand there. Alan just said he doesn't want a re-rack. I don't really understand who asked him. This is the last frame of the session he's been talking. I mean, this is getting out of hand. I'm sorry, but this is getting out of hand. I mean, the referee's lost the plot there. And he's lost it quite badly, because we could have easily had 16 frames in this session. We're potentially not going to have 14. So this is going all the way. Last pot time, 47 minutes. I mean, Yize, honestly, I'd say he takes it, because he wants to try and get as few frames on the board here. Well, I mean, where's the cue ball going to finish? He's going to finish on the lower side of a blue. Alan's not being perfect. I don't care about Alan. I don't really understand who asked him about it. The referee's the one in charge. So, yeah, I don't really understand what the referee wants to do here. If he's going to try and drop the black, I mean, he said he wants to try and drop the black, in which, I mean, is ridiculous to me. We've had the black to be in this position for, what, 20 minutes right now? And listen, I'll tell you what, everyone. It's been a really nice season. Thank you for everyone that has tuned in. And if it's your first time, hopefully it won't be your last, because this is an anti-ad for snooker. I mean, Mark Selby's academy is going to be a lot more intelligent than that, because they're actually quite smart people, and they're going to realise that you're not getting anywhere here. Because you basically have got the impossible block of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 reds. It's impossible for you to try and get through that. And, I mean, anyway, I don't really understand, but ref needs permission from both. No, he doesn't. It's his call. It's his call, Rapture. He should say, I don't care what you want. It should be a re-rack. You've got 5 shots each. Take it or leave it. I mean, oh, he's played this shot with pace. Let's see where the cue ball's going to finish. No. Well, maybe both have to agree. Yeah, no, they don't have to agree both. Because we've seen that in the Champion of Champions, Mark Selby against Trump or Williams, I can't remember which match it was. The referee has said he has to be now 5 shots you have from here. And it's a brilliant shot there, by the way, with Allen. But no matter how hard he tries, he can't win here. Like, I promise to you, he won't be able to resolve this one in ages. And if you do, well, if that's the snooker that you want to see, shame on you, I'll be honest with you. I mean, what are you trying to achieve here? You may have to start the timer here on this being the most ridiculous frame ever. And it's now been 50 minutes since the last spot time. 5 frames in a row. What's happening? Is it? Yeah, Lawrence, you've missed an hour worth of a frame here. And no. Listen, I don't really understand what to comment on this anymore. It's just down to backwards and forwards, switching the turn again. And this had a little bit of pace, but once again, the Reds clearly are going to be jamming all the pace on each other. There is going to be a point where they're going to be absorbing the power like sponge. And no matter how well Allen plays, no, this is going to be an underroll. I just hate frame like this. Well, not only you, you'll be... I don't really understand what's happening. Basically, it's not over. Just wait. Anyway, basically, I'll tell you on the broadcast, he's just got a direction of someone to say that he will be down to 3 shots each. Then Allen has an argument with him saying, you're the referee, you're the one in charge, I don't want to be doing anything like this. So then the referee has to say that he's gave him loads of time and now it's his decision. From here, he will be 3 shots each. So still, very much looking forward to see the ending of the most stupid frame ever. And is he going to have well, yeah, he's going to have a shot here. So will this be the last of the 3? Yes, absolutely. So now this is officially 3 shots each. So get your fingers out, and it's going to be very much start counting 3 shots each. Let's see what the development is going to bring. Because I tell you what, Yize, the fact that he hasn't managed to sort of allow the situation to be lined up like this, he probably leaves him nicely lined up. I mean, once again, Alan's having a discussion with the referee saying that what if he tries to develop those reds right now, and he's saying if he goes for the pot. And the referee's saying, well, probably rightly here for once in this frame, he's saying that if he doesn't develop the situation, it doesn't actually matter. And this is what I said. You can't have anything else here to do. Even if you go for this red, I mean, what are you going to be able to do with it? Because you have to do that for every single red. I don't understand the point, Valen. I get the 33 points and everything, but I mean, what is he trying to achieve here? Arguing with the referee, saying that he's the one in charge. You know, the referee's the one in charge, but now actually trying to very much influence him with his own point. He should have been the referee's goal ages ago. And just because he gave him an extra time, he can't be asking for even more time right now. I mean, that's such a bad ending to this frame and such a bad ending to this session as well. Why is it still 6-7 if Alan goes to the final? We'll give up watching. I mean, exactly. So boring game. True. Yes, 3 shots each. Well, anyway, it's 2 shots each now. So hopefully there won't be too much else for us to be seeing. Yeah. Yize just has to do everything very, very carefully. Make sure that he doesn't mess around here. And he's got 33 points to try and bring it down to Mark Allen or Yize there, both of them. Still very much down to either one. They can try and take it away. Alan's going to try and get that cue ball through those. We're at 56 minutes since the last pot time. I mean, basically, when I go quiet, I'm basically listening to what the commentators and that, ooh, well, we got the black in, by the way. We've got the black in. Let's see what's going to happen now. Anyway, the black has dropped in. So, let's see what's going to happen now. Now, what can Yize do here? And is that going to resolve the situation, of course? Can he try and squeeze this red into the corner? He can. So, it's now over to him to try and do something here. Well, it's 26 points. He's the lead for Mark Allen. He's going to be gutted and disappointed, but you still have to say he will be down to Yize to try and make it under the most incredible worth of circumstances now. Who finally can try and start to play some snooker. And it's over to you, Yize. You've got no chance to make a mistake. And you have to make sure those reds are going to all disappear towards the right corner. Make sure you play every single shot like it's your last one. And make sure that this is a shot that you play for the frame as well. So then the break of 8 points. And finally, we are starting to see a little bit of development here. Frame time, more than an hour. Well, I've seen that match against Yang Mintao against Mark Selby. But this is a really nice development, by the way, of those reds. As he's now able to get himself through to the black every single time and leave himself with a chance to try and take it away. You know, it's a chance of the black into the left corner as carefully positions that cue ball to be further away from those reds. And now it's going to be down to 11 points of a lead here for Mark Allen. And he will be very much disappointed, sat in his seat, but at the same time, he can understand the referee's point. And he will be down to frames like this, where sometimes the best player may not necessarily win, but Yize still certainly going to look and see what's going to happen here. 10 points is the difference. He will still come down to a decent opportunity to be taking the black away, and he will be 14 frames after the 2 sessions. And now about to take the black away into the left corner. And, well, trying to take that cue ball to be basically on the right of the black ball spot. And he'll probably come down to a shot to be taken here on those reds from the left-hand side. Whether he's going to be able to do that or not remains to be seen. But for now, seems like he's got a really nice line on trying to take those reds away. I mean, this is going to be a really good shot there for Yize to try and play as he's now taking the red away. Now let's see how many of those reds can he see to the right corner. Because you should see plenty of them, but to be fair, at the same time, it still needs those points to come in for him very, very nicely, and hopefully to come in right now. Now he's trying to be positioned that cue ball very much on the right side of the table here. So if he goes for that one, he should still leave him with a chance of playing for the black from the right side cushion here. Plenty of power in behind that shot. And, I mean, that's a bad shot, you know. It's not quite as ideal as it could have been. Now he's going to have a difficult shot on the black here to try and win. And, well, he's going to have to try and make this black in. It's not an easy cut, but whatever you do, you have to make sure you're not going to miss a shot like that under such, you know, circumstances. You have to make sure you take this clearance away. For now, he will be 13 points here. And that might actually be the perfect restart that he was looking for. Trying to go for the red into the right corner, but still having to go over the yellow. And just about able to squeeze that one in. But now he's losing a little bit of control over the cue ball. And he may have to still try and recover with a good shot here on the brown, which is not an easy one. Plenty of topspin needed. And it should have certainly been a bit of a different story here. If he goes for that brown to be taken into the, well, is he going to have to play a snooker here? So after all that, it does seem like he will be. Mark Allen to come back to the table. And it's still a good break of 41 points there. But right now, Mark Allen comes back to the table with a chance to try and get himself back to the action here. But yeah, it certainly doesn't seem like it's an opportunity that he was looking for. But at the same time, there's still a chance. You know, Yize hasn't got this frame to be very much on the line there just yet. And ultimately, it will be very much down to a safety shot for him to play. Off the left side cushion. Played this one pretty well. Has he got the contact though on the first red? No. About the second red? Yes is the answer. Good shot there from Mark Allen. So he manages to put it back to Yize here once again. So then going for a chance of, well, of course, he needs to make sure he gets that red to be further away from the pocket than he was. So, you know, 14 points is the lead now, but ultimately 43 at the table. So it's still going to be very much down to, oh, it's a bad shot that he's played. That's a bad shot here, and he's got a chance to try and get this thing right. And if he's going to be able to take this frame away from Yize, well, surely there's not going to be a way back for the player from China. Last pot time, and now we're a go. And to say that it happened in this frame will probably even more ridiculous. But no, this one is going to stay out. And at the end, he will be back down to, well, I'll tell you what, this frame could still be very much heading over the 7 o'clock period. I mean, what's going to happen here? You know, we're going to have so many of those reds to be available to be taken towards the left corner. Oh, that's a miss. Is it going to be a foul as well with that? And he will be Mark Allen to get 4 points here. So he's had plenty of those. And let's see what the decision is going to come for him. He's going to ask the referee to try and respot the cue ball to be very much back to where he was. So now just getting through to a position. Of course, it's not going to be a free ball. And he may just actually ask the Yize to try and play from this position here. If it feels like it's going to be the one, which is difficult for you to try and get out of. From here then. So, okay, back to Yize it goes. 10 points in it, 43 at the table. A chance to try and probably take the red towards the middle of the pack here. Make sure he's got plenty of power behind it. And, well, he's got plenty of power behind it, but ultimately he's got the red to be running alongside the cue ball. Is he going to get cover from the blue? He won't. So now there's a chance for Mark Allen to try and go for the red into the left corner. Does he feel like he's got the shot in him? Or does he feel like he has to go for the shot into the right corner instead? Because it's going to be equally as interesting to see. And if he makes those type of shots in, just for now, still very much under huge amount of pressure to try and get this red into the corner. And frame time, 75 minutes, everyone. You know, there's sessions that go quicker than that. And right now we're still going to have very much a frame to be played over and over and over again. So, yeah, when he felt like Yize is going to have the clearance to try and make it down to the wire, for now, it doesn't seem like that's the case. And it's going to come down to 61 plays 51 here. So still a chance to try and make this frame to be something like worthy of a 2-hour. But by the way, I mean, I'm genuinely thinking should be a re-rack. So, yeah, what a frame, exactly. I mean, how many people that are in the audience for the first time are going to want to come back to this one? Because this is the experience you don't forget. Brilliant shot there, by the way, by Mark Allen. Fantastic shot. And you have to give credit for him. He's played really, really well in the last couple of times. But, you know, the way that he's been going on about this frame has been an absolute joke. I don't know why the referee has played it to him, but, you know, whatever it is, it's going to be 10 frames of a difference here to try and come down to a shot on the left side cushion, where you can see that red on the left hand side of it. I'm not sure if he's going to try and swerve around the green here. Probably doesn't have enough of a distance to try and do that, with the green being too close. But ultimately, it's only a 10-point lead. It's now 112 points in total, 43 still at the table. So we could still score something like 150 points here. And he's overscrewed there. And he's hit the red, which I'm not sure that was intended. But anyway, you'll take it. It's a really good shot there by Mark Cullen. And he's now managing to give Yize a little bit of a problem here as well, because he's going to have a chance of taking the red away into the right corner. Play that shot with plenty of power behind it. Make sure he's going to have that cue to keep on running towards the yellow or brown here. But in the end, it doesn't seem like it got the cover that he wanted. And he's going to have those two reds to be very much in a straight line. So you're going to have to make sure that you don't push the top one to be heading over the left corner. And if you do that, you'll certainly be over and done with in your favour. So for now, plays the shot with a little bit of topspin. And let's see the outcome here. He's still going to have a chance to be potting the red into the left corner. Well, Yize has got a chance to be doing that. Is he going to go for that red? It's probably not a question. Can he try and get this red in? Surely a shot for the frame. 14 frames in. This is going to be a great win for him. He get the red in. And now, is he going to have the chance to try and keep that cue ball to be playing for the pink? It was a really good shot that he's played. And he's got the position on the pink as well. Well, let's now see what the result is going to be. Carefully taking the pink in towards the left middle and still played superbly well for the reds. Now 17 points of a lead for Yize, and it seems like he's only managed to go and do it. The red into the right corner is going to be the one which takes him over towards the last corner, and then the black and the yellow are going to be the only two shots that he needs to play, and then he will come down to very much a 14 frame to be taken. Cullen's put a lot into this, and this is going to mean a lot to him to lose it, but at the end stage, probably have to put it down. Yize there, just suggesting that someone was moving in his way. Or maybe he's just looking for the yellow. So carefully taking the black into the left corner, and now make sure you will be down to the yellow as a frame ball. Well, this is going to hurt for Mark Cullen. 25 points is the lead. Now, for the frame win, for the yellow to be taken, and then he will be very much down to a disappointing end for Mark Cullen, and it will be a great win of a frame for Yize, as surely the end of the session is about to come here as well. Well, the break of 17 points only, but what an incredible red that was to start this breakaway. And now, well, he's missed the green, so he's going to have to try and battle for a little bit longer. Well, I mean, once again, just feels like it hopefully won't be the repeat of the 9th frame. So then just trying to play for the cue ball to be sent away from the green. I mean, he's seen the funny side of it. I'm not, by the way. I mean, I'm really glad that Wu is now looking forward to trying to win this frame. But, I mean, the thing about this one is that... Well, 5 more minutes, by the way. And they said on the commentary, it will be the longest frame ever played at the Crucible. So, you know, that's certainly going to be very much down to an achievement there that is worthy of the name of Mark Cullen. But I'm pretty sure that will come down to Yang Bintao against Mark Selby a couple of years ago in 2022, maybe, where Bintao managed to win that one by 13 frames to 10 in the quarterfinals or in the second round, can't quite remember. Or we've seen such a lengthy battle where we've seen Bintao to ask the referee to clean the white because he wasn't sure if you get through to the brown or the blue, I can't remember. But listen, it's been a hell of a flame, and it's been a hell of a frame as well. Certainly not going to be in the Hall of Fame, by the way, because of how slow, of how boring, and how ridiculous this frame has been. But at the end, you know, at least a good result will certainly do, you know, the fans nicely, because it's a nice shot there, by the way, as Yize manages to black to be put safe out there. So 27 points right now is the lead. Frame time, 80 minutes and a half. Well, what do you know about time? You know, when you spend time in the library reading books, whether you spend time during your sleep, and this has been certainly some brilliant time spending. And yeah, I'll tell you what, it's not going to be over just yet. And Alan managed to get the snooker in behind the brown here. So Yize, I mean, whatever you say about Yize, he needs to make sure this is just over and done with. He needed to make sure that when he was trying to knock the green in towards its own pocket, but now just make sure there's not going to be any chance of, you know, whichever way it's going to be. Frame 1 hour, 20 minutes. Well, yeah, listen, and I just hope that it won't be anywhere near that line of the frame that we've seen to start this session away, where Alan needed a snooker, and now it seems like he's left that one to be available. So one more long shot needed, and then it will be very much back down to 7 frames each. And I'll tell you what, I'll be absolutely delighted if that is the case, as he got that one in, just about stays out there, the green. And well, that's going to play in favour of Mark Cullen once again, because he's got the blue to be very much in there as well. And he's got the chance to try and play the green in towards the blue here. He's going to have a chance and an opportunity to try and get this one away. We've got the green to be potted, so clearly trying to be getting in behind the brown. That hasn't worked out. So down to 4 colours here. The black to be pretty much compromised quite massively there as well. So Alan's now just getting the rest out and making sure he'll go very much for the chance of trying to put the brown in to the green pocket. And he's trying to get the cue ball in behind the blue out there. It hasn't quite succeeded, and now once again it's potentially left out the brown to be possible in towards the middle. One shot now for Yize, and one pot you're certainly going to take him over the finish line. Just trying to roll that brown safe towards the corner, and he's going to be staying over the corner pocket here. So let's see if Alan's going to feel like there's going to be a chance and a value in playing that with the cross double. You know, the shot which will get that brown to be cannon away from the black. And, well, whatever he was, the cue ball is going to be close towards the green pocket. And he's not going to be too close at the end. So once again, back to Yize it goes. So a chance now for the brown to be knocked in towards the right corner. I felt like the biggest cheer of the entire day, maybe of the entire championship, is when this frame is finally going to be over. And that's not, as I say, a nice advertisement for snooker. A chance now to try and take the brown away. For Yize, wasn't really taking, because he's just trying to take that with a careful double towards the left middle. Now making sure that Alan can get close towards the blue and the pink. So we're going to have to, I mean, that was close. Whether that was an intention to try and get the cue ball to be behind the blue or not. Well, certainly not a bad try at all, and just trying to get that cue ball to stay behind the blue. And now once again takes the pace away from the brown and carefully rolls that one in towards the corner. Getting closer. So now just trying to force, of course, Mark Cullen to go for this brown. It's going to be quite difficult to try and get this one out, by the way, whilst playing a decent safety shot. He's done that. Or was he able to potted the black? It's close. That one, well, it's gone back to a familiar place. It's gone back to a familiar place there for Mark Cullen, but hopefully, yeah, seeing the funny side of it. But at the end, hopefully we won't be seeing too much out there. Now, after all that, we should be getting closer towards the brown to be potted. 84 minutes and 35 seconds. I mean, once again. So now it is going to be a little bit of history in the making. As you can see from the commentary, it will be the longest frame ever achieved at the Crucible. Yang Mingtao and Mark Selby, what do you know? Yize against Mark Cullen. That certainly is going to be a reality. And well, I'll tell you what, Alan is genuinely trying to force a brown to be over the black there. I mean, this is getting beyond the point of ridiculous there. Should there not be a time limit on the frame? No, if you ask Mark Cullen. Still trying to go for this brown to be taken. Maybe from a side cushion, you know, which is a bit of a risk to be doing that. But he clearly just wants that brown to be out of here, and he's going to be close. Towards the left middle, it's going to be very close, and in the end, he will be down to Yize to pot the brown. And after all that struggle of 85 minutes, he will be down to Yize to take this one away, and it will come down to him to be the player that steals the 14th frame And Mark Allen still not done with this one. I mean, that's fantastic. Got nothing else to say. He's not done with it. He still feels like it's going to be a value of a snooker to try and get. He needs 2 snookers on the blue. The black is over the pocket. And he's absolutely the best snooker player of all time for doing that. 7-all. Well, it does seem to be the case. Never quite now. 28 points is the difference. 18 at the table. And he's got a chance to try and take that blue even closer towards the yellow pocket. Oh, he's played that one in. Surely it's not going to go over the black. Well, I'll tell you what, it's now going to be 28 points. And, well, that was a bit of a bad shot from Yize at the end, because now that will leave him with having to play a couple of more shots out there, because the black was spotted into the right corner from the blue, and now it will be 7 points to be given away to Mark Allen, but he still needs a snooker. Of course, that black should have not, well, the cue ball and the blue should have not been anywhere near the black, but in the end, if Mark Allen does get this frame win, I mean, this is going to be the most incredible thing to have ever happened at the Crucible Theatre. 7 frames each. Well, George, not quite. It's only 1 snooker right now that Yize needs, and history busted. This is wild. This is genuinely outrageous, but it's outrageous for all the wrong reasons, I would say, because, I mean, once again, the biggest cheer is going to occur when the match is going to be over at this particular session. So it's now going to be down to a frame of that being pretty much more than 90 minutes. Still not done. Well, exactly. And now is a chance for Allen to try and get a single snooker in behind the black or the blue. And then he'll certainly be down to Mark Allen to try and make some history-making stuff there, because if he manages to somehow get this frame away, despite Yize being on 82 points, it'll be very much down to him to be the man that writes history here. And just trying to put the black to be safe. Once again, he's done that before. And then Mark Allen managed to put that one over the pocket. Now having the blue to be potted into the, into the green pocket here again. So once again, behind by 21 points, remaining of 18. Mark Allen still looking to try and make his way towards the final and finish line. I mean, we've gone past the finish line. We've just realised that we've got 1 more lap to try and make. And Allen certainly is trying to take that cue ball towards the top side of the table, trying to bring the black into the open play. And maybe doing that with the hands of Yize here as well, forcing him to be the player that tries to make contact here with the blue and the black, and he may actually be able to try and get around this one to make sure that he still plays a shot into the blue and carefully takes that one away, far away from the black. Still put some distance in between the cue ball and the blue to be taken into the left corner. And well, right now Yize is probably going to get bored a lot sooner than he's going to be able to get out of this arena. By the way, we have played the intermission has occurred very much a frame and a half ago. And, well, it certainly was a lot more enjoyable than this. Now, Mark Allen is trying to go for the black, and it wasn't too bad, but in the end, it wasn't too close. Now, there is going to be a space in behind the black to try and squeeze that cue ball in towards. So then what's it going to be on the blue? Yize, of course, needs to try and play all the safe shots right now that he can. You know, he's done with messing around there, I would think, after potting the black. And there's actually going to be a space for the right side cushion there for the cue ball to bounce. The blue is going to have to go towards the yellow pocket there, or somewhat close. But the cue ball is going to be, well, that's too much power on the cue ball. And it's not a bad effort, to be fair, because it's still going to have the pink. And, well, there's going to be a bounce off the left side cushion here again. At this frame, it's still going on. It is, Robbo. It's hard to believe. And can you imagine my happiness about it? But it is still going on. And I hope it's going to finish before I turn 21, because I'm not sure about it. Now, 90 minutes. Yay! It's now being a length of a football match. I'll tell you what, the fact that it's been the same length as the type of matches against Liverpool against Norwich in 2016. I mean, yeah. This has been such a weird and a horrible frame. I mean, is it a record time yet? You will be. And it's been like 7 minutes since that time. And yeah, so many foul shots, so many points, so many mistakes. And a double here to be taking this red away onto the left side cushion. But yeah, ultimately, we're not really going to get anywhere before the blue is spotted. And well, for now, doesn't seem like we're going to get anywhere here as well. taking this blue away onto the left side cushion, and you're going to have a chance of playing the blue away into the left side cushion. Mental, marked on the head in. I can't believe that clown wanted to carry on. Yeah, I mean, that, Robert, I mean, it's strong language, but at this stage, I'm going to agree with you. It is one of the greatest sports that you can play individually, and you're going to have this one to be taken to such a ridiculous extent. We've got 22 minutes before the next session starts. I mean, has this been worse than Mark Selby against Mark Cullen in 2023? This is the thing that I want to know. Trying to get that blue to be safe, and in the end, that wasn't the case. Sorry, mate, it's just the truth. No, this is what I'm saying. I agree with you. I agree with you on that one, and I can't say anything else to counter, because I absolutely agree. This shouldn't be allowed. And that referee, I mean, I'm not saying he shouldn't get a job, but he should get a real talking. And there was a director, there was Rob Spencer coming into his ear, but that was 40 minutes too late. That was bad, and that was bang out of order as well. You needed to make sure that referee was told, you have 3 shots from now, and if you don't do anything, I don't care if you're upset, I don't care if you got 30, 45, 60, 99 points of elite, maybe 99, you just get awarded a frame. But you should do is have to make sure that it is not going to be beyond the realms of reasonable, and it certainly has gone beyond of that as well. Well, listen, Yize once again has got a chance to try and play a shot off the blue. He's not even trying to pot it, he's just making sure he's got a contact in, and he's just leaving it down to Mark Cullen to leave him with something simple to try and do. And in the end, clearly trying to learn from the mistakes of the past. But in the end stage, he will be the blue to be taken, and at the end stage, he will be a little bit closer towards the green pocket. It's going to be not too far away from the black either. And he's got a chance, but in the end, he's going to nudge the black a little bit more into the open play, which is not bad for Alan. Longest ever frame was 2017, World Qualifiers, 2 hours, 13 minutes, and Felger won against Gilbert. That is absolutely mad. I have to say, John, my life was a little bit better without knowing that stat, because I can only imagine 2 hours for a single frame. Nice piece of hindsight expertise there. I know it was 1 frame. It was beyond by 40 minutes. I wish you were still watching, because I want to hear the crowd when we hopefully wins. Well, yeah, tell you what. There was a whole lot of cheer. They basically were doing the snooker shootout, you know, that you got in Blackpool. You're just trying to hit the reds. Every single time, you know, there was a little bit of booing going on when Mark Cullen tried to play it away from those reds. And every single time Yize was just rolling up to the reds, there was a huge cheer like, way! And just trying to sort of, well, obviously show the world and everyone that it is absolutely a joke with what's happening, and we're still getting nowhere near. So, long-term snooker fan and player here, I think Mark should have been awarded the frame. At the point, it looked like a checkmate. Snooker is a tactical game, but I don't think Mark should have fouled. Well, disagree, because it's not down to him. The rules say if the referee feels like there's not a way for you to get out of here, which, listen, it happened beforehand with Selby and Trump, I'm pretty sure he wasn't the champion of champs. The referee at that point dealt with that one really, really well. He spotted the blue, by the way. So just going to try and do this one very much around the pink and the black. So the first time is usually the only real time where you're going to get a chance of trying to get that cue ball to being behind the black. So he may have actually committed to try and make it down to a reasonable extent. Or what's he going to try and do here? Planning to take that cue ball away. And, well, not too good an effort, but in the end, it seems like he's managed to get the blue out of the picture, which is nice. So it's now going to be 1 more shot for a substitute. So I don't agree with it, but I feel like it's the referee's choice to make a decision, and the referee's choice should have clearly been a lot sooner that it should be down to a re-rack right now. And even if it's 30 points, 50 points, if it's not enough for you to take it over the finish line, it was never going to be enough. So the extension there that he needs. I mean, down to Mark Cullen again. World Championship proper. It's 1 hour 43. Selby versus Pinchers. Re-rack can allow Mark Cullen advantage hitch that. No, absolutely not. That's a joke, Gioskola. The whole point of a re-rack, Yize is just going to carry on. If that's the point, then Yize is just going to carry on till the end. Because, just may as well do that. What's the point of restarting a frame when you're going to get a 30-point head start? It's a joke. Watch this later tonight. Well, if you've got a sleeping bag next to you, and make sure you watch that on 5x speed, then it might be very much down to, you may be able to watch this in 2026 then. Trying to take the pink away as he put it over the corner. I promise I just pray this ends as soon as possible. It's not too bad of a shot, by the way. But still hope that Yize is going to be able to get this one in. You'd swear he had the frame one when he was on 45 points. Yeah, but not when he's got, 45 points doesn't win you the frame. Hopefully this is going to be in. It's going to be close. Well, it's not just in. I mean, the crowd are laughing about it. It's the only thing they can do. And honestly, my message, if anyone of you is going to be watching the stream and you have been in the crowd, thoughts and prayers with you. I promise to you, this has been probably the worst sporting event I've ever seen in just 90 minutes. The fact that you paid money for it is a joke. The fact that you stayed here to watch is massive kudos to you. And this may be very interesting to see. Wow, this is going to be a very interesting outcome, because after all that, Mark Allen has managed to get the snooker on Yize. Well, I'll tell you what, hold on to your hats for now. The crowd, yes, he may have been disappointed by 90 minutes, but what a shot this is. Well, now we are talking about it. He's got the snooker in behind the black. And now, to the frame who initially caused it. Yes, exactly, James. I agree with that. The whole point of it was that Mark Allen was the player that put the black over the corner. By the way, we're going to talk about that a little bit later. Yize has got a massive snooker to try and get himself out of. 16 points, remember. If he misses it, Allen could win. Now, play this one with lots of check. Oh, he's going to be close. Just about. Where's the cue ball going to finish? Where's the cue ball going to finish? He's going to be outside of the pocket. Well, once again, brilliant shot there from Yize, and he's just about able to get that one in. But that was close. That was really, really close, by the way. And he got the snooker fair and square. And now, well, got down before we're going to be out of here. Yize still mainly very professional. He's clearly going to be very, well, I don't know what he's going to be feeling. But such a good shot there. And we've seen it, that if he can do it once, maybe he's going to try and do it again. Of course, Hendry there is saying that he needs to try and put the distance in between the pink and the cue ball here. Ideally, he wants to try and put the black exactly where he was previously onto the cushion. But I'll tell you what, you can't really... Oh, this is going to be close. And not quite in. But there is going to be plenty of distance in between the cue ball and the pink. So he's getting closer and closer. How long is the longest game played in history? Back training over. Letitia, you wouldn't believe it. On the same frame that you left. I kid you not, we're still going. It's been 90 minutes. Help me and get me out of here, please. Is the message. It's been 90 minutes. I'm not joking with you. This has been longer than a football match on normal time. What TV channel? BBC cut it off. I mean, no wonder. They should get banned. They should get the license to be taken off. And he's trying to roll that cue ball to be, well, the pink into the jaws of the pocket. Just see that. Unbelievable. I mean, that's... Letitia, you must be the luckiest person on earth, by the way. You've genuinely skipped and saved 90 minutes of your life that we're never going to get. I mean, savor that and enjoy it, because when you're going to be wasting half an hour of your time, remember, there was a frame between Mark Allen and Yize that we, well, not me certainly, but, you know, everyone that's stuck on the stream for a while has been wasting their time for 90 minutes. So I bought yes, the re-rack. Yes, there we go. It's been a poll for pretty much an hour, and we didn't have a re-rack, by the way. I'll break news to you. And not too far away once again, but... yeah, we're now going to be on the pink and the black. 16 points are different. But to be fair, I mean, Allen did manage to snooker him once on the pink and the black, which was impressive. And it still feels like that was ages ago. And trying to go for a double. Needs to be careful with that, you know. Because the cue ball wasn't too far away from the yellow pocket. I've only just come across your channel trying to find it just for the laugh now. Yeah, I mean, Robbo, you may as well. If you see the funny side of it, fair play. Because now I just want to get myself out of here, have a shower, and go for some food. Because, oh, this is going to be close. Not a bad effort. But doesn't want the black to be on the cushion. And he will be on the cushion still. Well, now he's made it impossible for himself to try and do anything here. Yize, please just end this suffering. Try and take this pink away. And he will be. Very much 2 hours or something. And then it will be over and done with. It's close. It's really close. And after all that, it will be. He doesn't know that he will be down to the last frame that we've seen. Well... Mark Allen knows about it. There is going to be a handshake, and there is going to be a handshake between the players. Yize thought he was going to have even more suffering, but now this is going to be the last frame of the session, and it will be 7 frames each. After all that, it will be Yize to try and make it back towards 7 each, and, well, Allen should give up after being behind by 10 points. After all that brilliant snooker, all that banter, all the work, listen, feel free to tune in to the next session of this brilliant circus, because it will continue tomorrow, and we're about to have Sean Murphy against John Higgins. Thank God for that. Thank everyone for that. And yeah, after all that, it was Yize that gets the panking and manages to take this frame away from Mark Cullen on 678 points, plays 845. Thank you for everyone that has stuck with me. Letitia, that was brilliant timing, because you are going to be very much the person that as soon as they come, the frame should be over. And yeah, appreciate to every single one of you. If there was anyone that was sticking for this stream throughout the entire time there, then you should get a gold medal. And thanks you to every single one of you again. We'll see you all around for Murphy against Higgins final session tomorrow, and as well as Mark Cullen, I should say, against Yize into the 4th session as well. It should be interesting, and hopefully we'll have any more frames like this. Thank you once again for watching, and we'll see you around. The semi-finals are about to get to the final stage, and hopefully some great entertainment for the fans is going to be there as well. Thanks for watching. Speak to you later.
I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say